Good evening, everyone. I will now call to order the October 16, 2025 Board of Education meeting. We acknowledge the traditional, ancestral, unceded territory of Chumash, Tongva, Fernando, Tatmon, and the First Nation on which we are learning, educating, and living. Dr. Reynolds, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please?
In gratitude for all of the men and women who have served us, put your hand over your heart, ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. Ms. Quintero, please take the roll call at this time.
Member Cano? Clerk Weisberg? Clerk Weisberg is absent today. Vice President Poncer Kamkar?
Present.
President Agakanian?
Present, we have 3 members. That's a quorum. Item 5, reporting on closed session. There's nothing to report. 6, adjustment to the agenda. Is anyone who would like to make any adjustment?
Dr. Akanian, I would like to pull item 14J in consent agenda, please.
Anything else?
I think so. No.
All right. That's the only item, so we're going to be pulling 14J. All right.
Did we want to move anything from consent, or do we want to just do that when we get there?
The only other item is that we wanted to do our presentations or resolutions during superintendent's comments, as we had tried to establish that practice
Yes.
for our visitors.
Yeah, that would be great. Can we do our 13A and 13B, those presentations? Can we do those during superintendent's comments as well, please?
Yes.
Okay. Anything else? All right. Next, we have any items for future agenda? Anyone? All right.
So I know we talked about budget advisory committee or budget oversight committee, whatever we're deciding to call it. Can we get a discussion item on the next agenda, please? On that piece. The other one that I wanted to talk to you about, sorry all, is we talked about scheduling our joint meeting with City Council. Now that we have our 5th board member, I think we should get back to those logistics, and additionally scheduling a board goals retreat, preferably before the end of the year. I know that timing is kind of not ideal given the holidays and CSBA, et cetera, but we could try to get that to happen either pre or post CSBA. That would be great.
Thank you. And I think once, Dr. Macias, once you're talking to the city folks about this, I also, I've brought this up, but I know it's more items for discussion. I like to at least do this not twice a year if we can, minimum. You know, joint meetings are important. I think more than ever now, especially with, the budget and everything else, especially what's happening with the state and some of the concerns and everything else. I think the more informed we are and more we cross-communicate, better we can solve some of our issues together. So if we can also put it in there, and let's set these dates in advance, and, my hope is that everyone can show up to these things, but if it is important that we move forward with these meetings. So thank you for bringing that up. Vice President Kamkar. Anything else? Board Member Kano? Thank you. So now, we're going to number 8, oath of office. Dr. Macias.
Dr. Alkanyan, I would like to introduce you to administer the oath of office to our new provisional appointment, Ms. Kelsey Olson.
Thank you. Thank you. Can you guys hear me? Yes. Good evening. How are you? Good. So, this is coming from the office of the governing board members of the Unified School District. If you can raise your right hand. I,
I,
repeat your name,
Kelsey
last name.
Olson,
Thank you. Do solemnly
do solemnly
swear that I would support
swear that I will support
and defend the Constitution of the United
and
States
defend the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies,
against all enemies,
foreign and domestic,
foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith
that I will bear true faith
and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States
and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
and I will well and faithfully discharge
and I will well and faithfully discharge
the duties upon which I'm about to enter.
the duties in which I'm about to enter.
Congratulations. board member. You can hold it. She has to sign it, but- Congratulations.
Thank you so much. All right, here we go.
As we're getting situated and seated, I want to officially congratulate Ms. Olson. For the record and for our entire community, this term is effective immediately and it expires on December 10th, 2026.
You get peanuts. You want to make any comments? Yes. Board member Kamkar.
Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to say welcome to Ms. Olson. Hasn't been a long time, but it'll be a good time. And thank you for putting yourself forward and for going through our short but our short process. Yeah, I think I've appreciated getting to know you better over the last whole 7 days. And, you know, you've already come on board and asked lots of questions. And I'm looking forward to having a full board when Dr. Weisberg is back in town. And we'll have that back in November. And really being able to get to move the district forward in service of our students and our goals. So thank you for being willing to step up.
Excited to be here.
Thank you. Anything, board member Kano, you want to say anything?
Definitely similar to what Abby said. Number one, now I'm not the new kid anymore. Yeah, definitely so grateful for you and appreciate everything you're going to bring. And we're all here to support you.
I do want to also personally congratulate you. Yeah, you have to
Oh.
push it.
Where it says push.
And, you're going to be spending a lot of time with what I call my other family. These are my sisters and brothers. It's a very difficult but important position that you've taken on. It requires a great amount of responsibility, but at the same time, as I said it in the last meeting, the joys you get from, you know, being here in terms of what you see and what education does in all these young individuals' lives and families and communities, it's priceless. So I appreciate, your willingness, and I look forward to working with you. Congratulations.
Thank you. And I just want to thank you all for being here, the support. This is a huge honor and something I don't take lightly. And I'm beyond excited to get to serve in this way. As I said when we were doing our interview, I just believe so wholeheartedly in what public school means and what it takes in order for it to be successful, for us to serve our students. And so this is truly the most incredible way to get to participate and participate in that. So thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you. All right, now we're going to item 9, presentations and recognitions. 9A, presentations of the Clerks Cup. It is a great honor to have one of our former employees and now the Honorable Kimberly Clark, the city clerk, to come here and please have Dawn Snowden Frost and Julie Markison also to the podium. Julie, and then is Dawn here?
Mr. Hubbell's going to represent Burbank.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Hugs out of the way first. Okay. And Julie is, oh,
Is not here.
you can still come. Julie helped us a lot with this, so I'd say come on up. Yeah.
She's got the podium.
Yeah. Oh, I can. I can. I don't really probably need a microphone. I'm pretty loud. Oh, I have one. All right. Hello, tester. No. Nope. I only work here. This one's not working. Okay. Isn't a light supposed to be on? There we go. Hello? Is it on? Yeah? Okay. Hello. Hi. If you guys could just come on the sides of me now that I'm looking this way, that's better. Yeah, perfect. Perfect. Okay, good evenings. I'm Kimberly Clark, City Clerk. I used to be the Executive Assistant to the Board of Education and the Superintendent. I used to sit in that seat right there for 12 years, and now I'm your elected City Clerk. Tonight, it is once again time to announce the winner of the annual Clerks Cup Student Voter Registration Contest. The Clerks Cup began in 2015, so this is our 10th year. It's our anniversary. The Clerks Cup was the idea of my predecessor, former city clerk and current council member Zizette Mullins, and former Burbank Board of Education board member Steve Ferguson when he was clerk of the Board of Education. The Clerks Cup was designed to foster a healthy competition between our city's two comprehensive high schools, Burbank High School and John Burroughs High School, to see which school student body can pre-register the most students so that when they turn 18, they are ready to vote and participate in our country's democratic process. Now, some facts about early and young voter registration. According to the Center for Information and Research on Civic Learning and Engagement, youth who reported having been either encouraged to vote or taught how to register to vote in high school are more likely to vote and participate in other civic activities, more knowledgeable about the voting process, and more invested in and attentive to elections than other youth. A 2022 analysis found that counties with pre-registration had a 9-point higher youth voter turnout rate in 2020. I would like to thank Chris Pepes of Burbank High School, who could not be here tonight because he has a tennis match, and Dawn Snowden Frost of John Burroughs High School, who both teach social studies and helped oversee this year's competition. Thank you so much again for volunteering to help us. We are also joined by Burbank High School Principal Stephen Hubbell and Dr. Agakanian, and Julie Markison, who is the Director of Secondary, I think I'm going to mangle this, Secondary Education and DEI. Thank you. I would also like to thank Board President Agakanian and Interim Superintendent Macias for joining us last night for the City Council presentation. So, the moment you've all been waiting for. Yes. It's very exciting, very exciting. There are no winners and losers in this contest. But this year, the trophy is going to return to John Burroughs High School. Now, Between the two high schools, 160 students were pre-registered to vote. 160. Simply outstanding result. Last year, we had 120 registrations, which was really, really good. And this year, the students significantly topped these numbers. Let's have another round of applause for our amazing students and teachers. Everyone involved in this should be very proud of their hard work to make this year's contest such a success. The future of this country belongs to our young people. So it is encouraging to see our local students registering to vote, engaging in the democratic process, and making their voices heard. Thank you all again. Yep. And I present the trophy. We should have a photo with the trophy, right? Yes. Can somebody take one for my social media? Oh, thanks, Peggy. I know everybody.
And we need to, we don't have a.
Oh, we have certificates too.
Yes. We do have also certificates, one for Burbank High School. Congratulations. You want to say Dodgers?
Look at me, Julie, look up. Thank
Oh, wait.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. A.
Thank you. All right, any comments from my colleagues? This is a big achievement, and I'm very proud of this program.
Just really exciting that we registered more students in a off year, non-presidential year than last year. Just
I do.
really, really exciting, and just how politically active this particular group of young people is just really exciting already. So congratulations to both high schools and to all the kids who have already registered to vote. Make sure you vote November 5th. No, wait. Now I'm going to get the date wrong. Don't vote me on it. Vote by the first Tuesday in November. people.
June 1st,
Thank you.
November.
Yeah. You
Okay,
have a ballot.
You're confused. Yeah, November.
Please vote.
Special elections. Yes, we have a special elections coming up.
Yes, I remember I registered to vote when I was in high school, and it's a real coming of age. It's a milestone when you do it, and I remember being that and being able to. I won't tell you what president I was voting for, but yeah, it's a rite of passage, and congratulations to all those students that stepped up and registered, and it is November 4th.
Thank you.
Okay.
Board Member Olson, would you, if you like to? We always go in rotation. You can say.
I love it, yeah.
Okay, thank
I mean, I studied to be a social studies teacher. I'm incredibly excited about the civic process, and 160 kids, that's amazing. Yeah, really happy about that.
Thank you. And I do also want to acknowledge our wonderful teachers, staff, admin, and parents. You know, this was a team effort. And again, I'm very proud of the numbers. I think more than ever, we need our young people to be involved. And some of you, as you can see, we already have some of them. I know that we had Vladimir and his friend coming here every meeting now, and he's always offering his services, and of course, our student representatives. So we're very proud of you. Keep up the good work. You know, the future, as far as I'm concerned, is in good hands, and these numbers are very encouraging. So congratulations to all of you. Now we're going to, speaking of future and our representatives, let's start with reports from the board, starting with Natalie Caribbean from Burbank High School. Let's go, Natalie. Let's hear it. Yes.
Okay. Good evening, Board President Dr. Aghakhanian, board members, district staff, and members of the Burbank community. We wrapped up last week with our neon-themed football game against Pasadena, and I'm happy to share that Burbank won 35-14. Students came out in full school spirit, lighting up the stands with bright colors and great energy. Our drama department recently closed out their fall production, The Play That Goes Wrong, with a final performance on Saturday, October 12th in the Wolfson Auditorium. Congratulations to Mr. Glover and the entire cast and crew on a fantastic run. More than 1,500 members of the Burbank community attended the show, including 700 elementary school students. The actors truly pushed themselves and the tech crew's work was outstanding. Later this month, our IMA will host its annual Candlelight Masquerade concert on Friday, October 25th, also in the Wolfson. The event will feature our concert bands, orchestras, and jazz band, and we encourage everyone to come out and support our incredible musicians. Yesterday, we had special singing performances in the quad in order to close out our celebration of Hispanic Heritage Month. This was a great way for our student body to come together and celebrate the rich cultures that make up our community. In more exciting news, starting next week, ASB will also be selling Halloween grams for $3, which include temporary tattoos and candy to be delivered on Halloween. Tomorrow, October 17th, we'll celebrate senior night at our football game against Hoover, honoring our senior football players, cheerleaders, pom squad, color guard, and marching band. Students are encouraged to wear pink at school and at the game in recognition of Breast Cancer Awareness Month. Homecoming season is officially underway. This year's theme is Starry Night, and tickets are currently on sale in the student store. ASB has added some fun to the festivities with homecoming date matchmaking activities and a homecoming proposal contest where students can submit videos for a chance to win free tickets. The homecoming dance will be on Saturday, October 25th, followed by Spirit Week and our fall sports rally during the week of October 30th. We'll finish the week strong with the homecoming game on Thursday night. In athletics, our cross-country team will be hosting a fundraiser at CPK on Sunday, where 20% of the proceeds will go to support their competition season. That same day, BHS Baseball will hold a yard sale from 8 a.m. to 2 p.m. at the field. Also coming up, boys basketball will be hosting a spaghetti dinner on Sunday from 5 to 7 p.m. Tickets can be purchased electronically by scanning the code on the event poster. And looking ahead, our VMA will present its annual Night of Magic on Saturday, November 1st, showcasing performances from our choir students and other talented performers. Lastly, I'd like to congratulate Sebastian Pei, who was recently announced as a 2026 National Merit Scholar semifinalist. That concludes my report for this evening. I'm happy to take any questions.
Any questions from my board members? Ms. Olson.
Hi. I'm curious for this competition, where are these videos being submitted?
For the homecoming proposal
Yeah.
contest, we have them post on their Instagram stories and tag our ASB Instagram account in the post.
Okay, cool.
And that way we promote our ASB account and also they get to win their tickets.
Yeah, cross promotion. That's perfect. Very cool. I love how creative it is.
Any other comments? I have a question, actually. What's with this $3 thing? You had a $3 match last time, now you got $3 grams.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just, sweet
It's
spot.
an interesting number, It's 3-3, Sorry, I'm right. Last time you said it was $3 for them. Okay.
Yeah,
Well, thank you, and thank you for a wonderful report.
thank you.
Let's hear it for Miss Caribbean. Now we have Haley Huang from John Burroughs High School. Hi, Haley. And congratulations on winning the cup.
Hello and good evening, President Dr. Agakanian, distinguished board members, Superintendent Dr. Macias, district staff, and members of the Burbank community. My name is Haley Huang, and I'm here to share my report for John Burroughs High School as of October 16th, 2025. First, I would like to extend my formal greetings and congratulations to newly elected board member Olson. John Burroughs High School and I are looking forward to working with you, and we wish you all the best as you take on this significant position. ASB wrapped up our homecoming dance last Friday, and we are excited to say that the dance was a huge success. Selling over 1,300 tickets and obtaining profits of over $50,000, we are so happy and proud to hear all of the great reviews as we celebrated Midnight in Manhattan with all our peers. As we approach the rivalry game between Burroughs and Burbank High, ASB is starting to prepare for the big day with fun spirit days and exciting rally games. The homecoming rally and game will be taking place on Thursday, October 30th this year, and we have never been more excited to showcase our Bear Pride. To help our freshman class get more energized, Link Crew is hosting a tailgate party on Friday, October 24th at lunch with fun games and deliciously free food to boost their morale before that day's home football game against Crescenta Valley. With the game themed Blackout, the Burroughs Bears are excited for a fun game. Starting this week, our VMA begins their famous Burroughs on Broadway, also known as Bob for short. As one of the most celebrated traditions in Burbank, Bob returns for his landmark 20th anniversary with 6 performances from our show choirs over 2 weekends, beginning on Friday, October 17th at 7 p.m., Saturday, October 18th at 7 p.m., Sunday, October 19th at 2 p.m., and at the same time the following week of October 24th, 25th, and 26th, respectively. We invite everyone to come experience the unforgettable performances, student talent, and musical theater magic of our nationally renowned and award-winning choirs. With masterful productions of Moulin Rouge, Carrie, Brigadoon, and Young Frankenstein, it is a show that cannot be missed. Regarding an update on the Clean Campus Initiative, starting Monday, October 20th, the various student groups at our school will each have a day where they pick up trash around campus in hopes that their leadership and service can influence other students to clean up after themselves. From our athletic teams, music groups, to other student leaders, we hope their influence will help to continue maintaining a clean environment and creating an engaging, supportive student culture. As this system progresses, I will provide another update as soon as I can on the initiative and other necessary feedback. Lastly, I want to take a moment to show appreciation for all of our administrators at Burroughs and throughout the district during School Administrator Week. Your hard work and dedication do not go unnoticed, so thank you so much for all you do. Overall, we have no other major concerns to share at the moment. Thank you. I can now take any questions or clarifications.
Thank you, Haley. So really excited to hear how you guys are all pitching in on campus cleanup. Did you get what you needed in terms, did you see an improvement in terms of trash cans? I know that was an
Yes,
issue.
I think I talked to Principal Noop the day right after the board meeting, and he told me that there's been a lot more trash cans, a lot more cleanliness throughout the school in just one day. So it's been good. Yes,
That's
thank
awesome.
you.
And remind me one more time, what time is the football? What's the deal with the football game tomorrow?
The football game will be next Friday, October
next Friday.
24th
Okay.
at 7 p.m. Yes.
Got it. Thank you.
Yes, Dr. Sant.
Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And congratulations on winning the cup.
Thank you.
Next, we have, going to item 10, we have our BTA president here, Ms. Schwartz.
Good evening, community members, members of the Board of Education, and fellow BUSD employees. My name is Sarah Schwartz, and I'm a Burbank teacher, a BUSD parent, and the president of the Burbank Teachers Association, representing over 700 teachers, counselors, nurses, and speech-language pathologists in BUSD. I want to welcome our newest member of the Board of Education. Trustee Olson, you have stepped into a leadership role in our district at a difficult time when tensions are high and trust in BUSD leadership is low. As you will see from the 2025 School Satisfaction Survey that district staff will report on this evening, perceptions of district leadership were low to moderate in spring 2025, even before the scandal that led to the vacancy you are stepping into. Unfortunately, the climb to rebuild trust has only gotten steeper since then. We need you and every member of this board to focus on rebuilding community trust in BUSD. Here are some ideas from BTA on how to start. First, hire a competent and community-oriented superintendent who can emphasize our district's strengths and help us grow where we have room to improve. Make sure this person has experience working with union and community partners because, as I have shared repeatedly, we can accomplish more together than we can alone. We also expect the board to follow through on Trustee Kamkar's inquiry from the last meeting about restarting the fraud, waste, and abuse hotline that BUSD used to have, providing whistleblowers with a clear place to report concerns. This will be a concrete step forward. Next, provide as much transparency as legally possible on what the district's internal investigations have uncovered thus far, the role of former leadership in the Specialized Support Services contract, and any lessons learned or improvements necessary to district policies and procedures as a result. Most importantly, stay focused on improving and supporting our schools. This board faces the challenge of managing an immediate crisis while not losing focus on its primary mission, providing the best education for Burbank students. While we know the budget is tight, BUSD has bond funds available today to improve the experience of students and the working conditions of educators. Educators and parents share an interest in securing air conditioning in school buildings that have not yet been equipped with any, creating more shade on playgrounds, and adding natural landscaping to our campuses so that students can enjoy outdoor spaces at school every day. Finally, partner with BTA on creative solutions to the problems employees face, like the ever-increasing cost of healthcare. Every year, we lose a handful of educators to neighboring districts because of the cost of healthcare premiums in BUSD. Healthcare needs to remain a focus of our collective work, and BTA has ideas on how to do better. This isn't a comprehensive list of the work we should be doing, but it is a start. Every time I speak with educators across our district, I hear about the hope that our district can become more proactive instead of reactive, that we can build towards a positive vision of what's possible, have a strategy, rather than be caught in an endless cycle of reacting to the latest urgent need. Now that we have a complete board, I hope to see us make progress on these issues and more. As always, BTA is ready to work with you to provide an exceptional education for all Burbank students. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any BASA or CSEA representatives. Next, we're going to go to 10C, reports from our superintendent, Dr. Macias.
Dr. Agakanian, I'd like to begin my time with comments as indicated before, an adjustment to the agenda in terms of covering 13A and 13B. So for 13A, the adoption of resolution proclaiming November as Burbank Unified School District's National Native American Heritage Month. I want to invite Ms. Julie Marcuson to the podium to present.
Good evening, Board President Agakanian, Vice President Panzer Kemkar, and other board members, staff, and distinguished colleagues and community. November is designated as National Native American Heritage Month. It is during this month we acknowledge the vast achievements of America's original indigenous people. The BUSD library coordinators are proud to present a selection of books that highlight the authors and experiences of these communities, supporting this month's resolution. Our elementary readers will enjoy this heartwarming debut picture book from Braiding Sweetgrass author Robin Wall Kimmerer, titled Bud Finds Her Gift.
Cindy, it's not on the computer.
Okay, so again, our elementary readers will enjoy this heartwarming debut picture book from Braiding Sweetgrass author Robin Wall Kimmerer, titled Bud Finds Her Gift. Bud often feels left out of the busy world of adults. When her wise grandmother, Nokomis, encourages her to seek connection through stillness and observation of nature, Bud discovers a path to belonging. Beautifully illustrated, this story is an inspired invitation for readers to treasure the earth's generosity and recognize the unique gifts each of us has to offer. We also enjoyed Sharice's Big Voice, A Native Kid Becomes a Congresswoman by Sharice Davids and illustrated by Joshua Mangeshig Pawis Steckley. This acclaimed picture book autobiography tells the triumphant story of Sharice Davids, one of the first Native American women elected to Congress and the first LGBTQ congressperson to represent Kansas. For our middle school readers, we suggest Borders by Thomas King. A young boy and his mother are stopped at the border when his mother refuses to identify their citizenship as anything but Blackfoot. This act of defiance leaves them stranded between the U.S. and Canada, as neither country recognizes their indigenous identity. In this tense standoff, they find strength and power in their connection to one another and their sovereign nationhood. Another great middle school read is Indian No More by Charlene Willing McManus. In 1957, 10-year-old Regina Pettit is forced to leave her Umpqua tribe's reservation when a federal law officially declares her community Indian No More. Suddenly uprooted, Regina's family moves to a new, diverse life in Los Angeles. As they struggle without their land and community, Regina must face new challenges, including racism, while fiercely holding on to her identity through her grandmother's powerful stories. This moving historical novel is a testament to resilience and the importance of heritage. And for our high school students, we suggest The Marrow Thieves by Cherie DeMoline. In a dystopian future ravaged by climate change, non-Indigenous people have lost the ability to dream and are now hunting Indigenous people who hold the cure. The story follows Frenchie, a Métis teenager who joins a band of Indigenous survivors fleeing the dangerous recruiters on a perilous journey north. Along the way, they rely on storytelling and community to survive loss and confront a world determined to steal their very essence.
That sounds creepy.
I know. I also did want to mention that you had asked before where parents and students could find these books.
Ms. Kano asked, yeah.
Yes, and I'm happy to announce that you can find these books on the BUSD website by going to the Parents and Students tab on the homepage. And when you go to that tab, you'll find Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion in the drop-down menu. And on the right-hand side of that page, you will see the book recommendations. We will have the Native American Heritage Month recommendations as soon as approved. So they should be up by tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions?
No, we're just doing the presentation on this and we're coming back to the
we're
resolution.
coming
Is
back?
that right?
Yes.
Okay.
All right. So we have, I'm sorry, we're at 13.8. Right?
So then what was the other? And then the other
13,
presentation
13B. So at this time, I'd like to bring up to the podium Ms. Diana Basta, representing the Burbank Human Relations Council, to discuss United Against Hate Week. And friends.
If I may, it takes a team. Roberta Reynolds and Laura Strobel are both on the executive board with me for the Burbank Human Relations Council. Would you like me to say a little something?
Please.
Oh, okay. Well, first of all, we are so appreciative of this partnership that we have. I can't tell you how important it is for us to all work together. You know, together we can accomplish so much more. And it is so important because our young people are looking at us and we are exemplars for them. And so they need to see that we too can foster goodwill. We too can foster respect. We too can foster trust. And we have to learn to know how to speak with one another and to do it with civility and decorum. So with that, United Against Hate Week is a nationwide campaign. And I am so excited because we have partnered with you. Dr. Macias has been, all of you, every time I reach out to you, want all we can do for our young people. So the banners are at all of our schools, and I believe including adult school. Ms. Quiterio has been amazing when I have so many questions as well. I don't know if you've ever noticed, I hope when you walk into your schools that you'll say, you know, there's no hate at Burbank High School, no hate at JPHS. And in your classrooms, you should also have posters that say, choose love, be kind, or hate has no home here. So I see you nodding yes, so that's a good thing. And so we have also partnered with the city. And this coming Saturday, we will have a booth at Lincoln Park. It's United Against Hate, and you will see that we have many partners. Kiwanis has come aboard. The Burbank Armenian committee has also come on board. The police chief, the fire department. And so it's just amazing, but we all have to, it's not just a week and a poster. It's what we do, it's how we act, it's how we interact. And we look forward to continuing to do more. I've been working with Dr. Harris on Ruby Bridges Day. I am just so excited, and we'll be working with McKinley. This time around, we'll partner with McKinley and with Ms. Marcus, and we've been working on the Diary of Anne Frank to get that opportunity for our middle school. And it looks like this year it'll be Huerta, but we'll continue to work and find more opportunities for our young people. So again, it is with a great deal of gratitude that I have for you in letting us collaborate and continue to do all that we can for all of our students. Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Don't leave, wait.
Oh,
You didn't mention what time Saturday.
it's from 4:30 to 6:30. There is a booth, and they are also, I believe, accepting donations for FSA, things that community still needs. And so we will also have posters, and we're going to be taking photos and putting it out on social media. I stand up against hate, because again, social media is what people, look at, and we all do. So as you're scrolling, you can also, hit that you like tag, and you can, doesn't have to be there. You can just say today, it's it's United Against Hate Week, October 19th to the 25th. I would love for our schools just during that week, maybe during lunch, both of our ASBs could maybe grab one of those posters from the classroom and say that you too are united against hate.
And before you leave, I do want to make one comment. I do want to thank Ms. Suzanne Lowe-Wirtz and all the members of the Burbank Human Relations Council for sharing the proclamation last night with Superintendent Macias and myself. Some of you, as you were aware, last night the City Council voted declaring October 19 to 25, 2025 as United Against Hate Week. So we really appreciate Suzanne and you and for sharing that with Dr. Macias. And yes, more than ever, we need to get this message out right now. Again, I've said it before, what's happening in our communities, in our country. We need to come together more than ever. So thank you for doing this. Thank you for sharing and the proclamation. And I look forward to seeing you Saturday.
Thank you.
Vice President Kamker.
I almost became a doctor again. I wanted to say thank you for this. What I find most exciting about this is that every year it becomes something more, right? Is that we continue to build on all of the amazing work that the Human Relations Council has done. I'm really excited about the Ruby Bridges Day and excited to see what Dr. Harris and Ms. Markison do with it along with you. And so just thank you for allowing us to partner with you on this. And it's a great message, and we thank you for your partnership.
And for our millions of viewers watching right now, you can always support the organization by going to
our website.
Yes.
Our website at Burbank Human Relations Council, www.burbankhumanrelationscouncil.com, and you can check out our website. We put all the events, upcoming events and past events on there, and how to join. We would love to have people join and learn more about the organization and how they can pitch in and help.
Thank you.
You got it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's hear it, everyone. Now we're on 13B, adoption of Resolution 12.
We'll come back to those resolutions.
You want to come back to it? Okay.
Yes, I do have a couple of comments to make to finish off my superintendent report. And it is a statement, an acknowledgement. We have been made aware, I have been made aware of an oversight. So I want to take a moment to provide some transparency in terms of what occurred October 9th when we provided an onboarding workshop for the School Facilities Oversight Committee for Bond Measure ABC. The workshop was designed solely to review roles and responsibilities for our new members and the alternates I want to make sure that I go on record, no action or decisions were taken. However, it should have been publicly noticed in accordance with the Brown Act. This was an oversight. I want to acknowledge it openly. I want to assure the community that we as a district are fully committed to full compliance moving forward. Again, the purpose of the workshop was to ensure that our committee members were well informed and prepared to serve their roles with complete clarity and accountability. As we proceed, all future meetings of the SFOC will be properly noticed. And just as we've done before with Bond Measure S, all meeting materials, all documents will be posted on the BUSD website for public access. Specifically, the workshop materials that were used for that evening are already posted on our website, along with our newly appointed members. So I want to thank the community for their awareness and, as I've always stated before, their engagement. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Macias. Any other comments from my colleagues? All right, now we're going back, everyone, to 11, no, 10, I thought 10C reports were. That was 10C, right?
That was 10C, so
All
we'll
right.
go to 11A.
So we're going now to 11, request to address the board. An individual or group representative present this evening may address the Board of Education on any agenda items or any subject within the jurisdiction of the school board by completing a white request card and turning it to Ms. Quintero. Speakers are requested to state their name prior to speaking to the board. Not more than 5 minutes may be allotted to each speaker, except by unanimous consent of the Board of Education. The superintendent may refer the matter to the proper department for review. The district is providing alternatives to in-person attendance for viewing and participating. Do we have any virtual speakers?
No, sir.
All right. We don't have any. Our first speaker is Joel Schlossman.
Good evening, everybody. Mr. Superintendent, here's another violation of the Brown Act for you. At the last meeting, I walked somebody out to their car. It was late in the evening, and the door was locked when I tried to get back in. These meetings are supposed to be open to the public. And you put up a second door that was also locked. Okay, Mr. Agakanian, you're welcome to consider me a brother, too, if you're looking for sisters and brothers. Ms. Kamkar, you know, it appears lately to me that you've hitched your wagon to this diabolical donkey of a member who's absent today, and you need to be careful because she says things that aren't true, and you know them. You know that they're not true because you researched them yourself and you confirmed it to me. So when Ms. Weisberg says things about me that are untrue, you know them to be untrue, and you sit silently, I consider it almost a conspiracy. You're obligated to speak up if you know an untruth is being told. Okay, that word, Ms. Cano, diabolical. I know you like to look up words. Look up diabolical, because from the last meeting you told me you like to look up words. It's important that all of us, Ms. Olson, be careful who we hitch our wagons to and who we align ourselves with, because you want to be hanging around with people of good character. Let's talk for a minute about the past, present, and future, and how we got to the situation we're in now with Paramo and Tabit. And it all, in my opinion, goes back to Hill. And you're involved in that, Mr. Agakani, and the whole Hill debacle. And one of the things that Mr. Hill did was he cut the salary of that woman that was here earlier, his assistant superintendent. This is according to public records. These are not secret revelations. He cut her salary, and that left a bad taste in her mouth, and you can't blame her for looking for greener pastures. And it was that incident that started down the path of not being able to transcribe these minutes, because that was one of her assignments, and she did it in an excellent way. She wore many hats, and we really didn't know how good she was and how much we would miss her until she was gone, because she was the glue that held this district together. And she said it for 12 years she was here. Outstanding, outstanding civil servant, public servant. That's the past. But there's the present, when you needed to make a replacement, appoint somebody, and a lot of members come out of the community, a lot of respected members. To your credit, you voted for Miss Kukta, to your credit. But it was Cam Carr and Weisberg, Cano. Cano made some terrible remarks about Kukta's age, and then immediately voted for somebody younger. And she'll tell you, oh, I was talking about my age. What does her age have to do with the topic at hand? Maybe she'll explain that one tonight. But anyways, that's not what I was going to say. I'm going to talk about the present. All those people that came here, let's call them influencers. Many of them are here in the room tonight. Influencers. That's a word that, younger people know more about it than me, but they're important people who have dedicated many years of service to this, decades, respected people. And when you alienated these groups of people, there's going to be a price, because they're going to continue to influence. And you folks, without a doubt, will continue to make bad decisions. It's just what history is, bad decisions. I hope Miss Olson will speak up and know that her voice is 20%, and it's important to be heard right now. Now, the unions, that's the future. When they figure out, when they put 2 plus 2 together, that there's going to be no parcel tax and no money for the crazy raises that they want, when they put that together, they're going to be upset with you too, and you're going to lose some support from that. And that's my prediction. That's what the future is, a prediction none of us know. Make better judgments. The kids are important. That's what we're all here for, is to educate the kids and manage this district in a professional way and stop wasting money. The last 8 seconds you can keep. Good evening. Thank you.
Next, we have Jeff Vanderburg, Honorable.
Good evening, board members. Interim Superintendent Dr. Macias, welcome new board member Olson. I'm Jeff Vanderburg, Burbank resident. I want to thank Dr. Macias for confirming the general fund has reimbursed the ABC bond fund in full for the illegal use of those funds to pay Mr. Cantwell's salary. We trust the revised personnel report for July and August 25 will soon be released. Only the report for the period of September 2nd has been corrected. For Ms. Olson's benefit, a month and a half ago, we brought to attention the overpayment to Dr. Britz. That error was not an isolated incident. It underscored a systematic or systemic weakness of the district's invoice and payment process. This systemic weakness is what allowed Shard Tablets LLC to be paid $90,000 for work that was not meaningful, to be paid $3,000 over the contract. Isaiah Knoll to be paid $6,000 for a month that he was not fingerprint clear to work, to be paid for days and hours he did not provide services for. Dr. Britz to receive a $10,000 advance payment without an itemized invoice, then for invoices to be generated months after this payment was made. These are not clerical mistakes. They reflect the absence of a proper accounts payable verification system. This systemic weakness does not require the Sobel Group's review, as some has suggested. I'm sure your staff heard your responses last time, and they have already analyzed these failures, hopefully implementing changes, and can give you a report that you can bring back to the public, and if needed, you take some action. By the way, where is that 4-month-old Sobel report? Every day that passes without this report adds to the public's mistrust. We also raised concerns that Dr. Britz was paid nearly 12% above her contract. Dr. Abdelhamid told us some vague policy language allows exceeding contract amounts if the budget is there. From there, she jumped on to say that staff decided that means allows overpayments up to 5%. That explanation did not address that 12% overpayment. I want to share that at Dr. Britz's request, I met with her. She's understandably concerned that these accounting issues may harm her reputation. Unlike others, though, she has detailed documentation of her legitimate work. However, she had no explanation for the $10,000 advance she received. Beyond saying the district had been late on past payments and she trusted the district knew what it was doing. As an aside, she shared she's returning the identified overpayment. Please confirm and report how much has been returned. This is not about wrongdoing or placing blame. It's about a process failure that continues to go officially unaddressed by this board. Dr. Agakanian, you expressed concern before. Maybe you or other members have spoken with staff members already, but I remind you that speaking to them privately is not what governance is about. You govern in public here at these meetings. On September 4, at your request, I emailed you a short list of suggestions on how to address these issues. Require detailed itemized invoices from all consultants. Require sign-off by the supervising individual verifying the work has been done before payments. Eliminate this vague overpayment of up to 5% internal policy. Overpaying anyone who has a not to exceed contract, by definition, is insane. This cannot wait for the purchase of new accounting systems that you're considering. One of the board members has suggested we should focus more on the good things that are happening in this district. We wish we could, because like you, we all take pride in the dedicated teachers, staff, and students like your children, like my grandchildren, who make this district shine. Demanding fiscal accountability is not negativity. It is protection for every dollar that we need for our classrooms. To borrow from Mrs. Cano's analogy of the cruise ship, why should we be discussing chandeliers or deck chairs when the cruise ship is taking on water? We all want this district to succeed, but that requires plugging the holes with urgency before celebrating the core. Hopefully, we're not looking at the Titanic. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Jan Hacker.
Good evening, Board, Interim Superintendent Macias, and members of the community. My name is Jan Hacker. I'm a resident of Burbank. I'm a product of the Burbank Unified School District. I attended Roosevelt Elementary, Luther Junior High School, and John Burroughs High School. My parents both attended high school in Burbank also. I've been a social studies teacher at John Burroughs High School for 32 years, and I've been recognized as a BUSD Teacher of the Year. As a social studies teacher, I've spent my entire career encouraging young people to be very civically responsible citizens, and it's something I am very passionate about. Tonight, I feel compelled to speak from the heart as an educator who loves this profession and is deeply troubled by what I've been witnessing over the last several months. Many of us in the classroom have followed the findings that community members have uncovered through public records requests, watching board meetings, and doing the kind of research that should have been initiated by district leadership itself. We've learned of contract overpayments, missing invoices, questionable consultant hires, disregard for the Brown Act and board policy requirements for meeting minutes, and the timely formation of a board oversight committee, and the lack of transparency with fiscal issues, just to name a few. Some of you have responded defensively to those raising concerns, suggesting that these community members are hostile and focusing on the negative instead of the many good things happening in our classrooms. It is important that we recognize that there is not one thing that these community members have reported that isn't true. As a teacher, let me tell you what's actually demoralizing. What's demoralizing is watching meeting after meeting reveal new examples of financial mismanagement. and never hearing this board take any responsibility. While you remain defensive, we don't hear clear acknowledgement of what went wrong or how you intend to fix it. The burden of your lack of leadership is being borne by the certificated and classified employees actually doing the work. Meanwhile, teachers are left to wonder, how did we get here? We hear about alarming numbers of employees placed on extended periods of paid administrative leave. We see positions unfilled or in disarray. We see budget uncertainty that points towards more cuts, larger class sizes, fewer supports, and growing anxiety about the future of our schools. Let me tell you, good things are happening at every school site because teachers and staff are making them happen in spite of all of this. But please understand, our morale is shaken. We're embarrassed, and we're exhausted by uncertainty. Trust is the foundation of my ability to provide meaningful instruction. We're demoralized not by those who are asking the questions, but by a system that refuses to answer them. As an AP economics teacher, I spend my days teaching students about fiscal responsibility, transparency, and ethical decision-making. And yet the financial practices of this district stand in direct opposition to those principles. One of your most fundamental responsibilities as a Board of Education is to maintain fiscal solvency and steward public trust. Many of the issues that have been brought to your attention happened under your watch and were approved unanimously. The community deserves more than silence or defensiveness. We deserve accountability. I serve as the treasurer on the board of directors for one of our local credit unions, and I'm held to the highest standards with regard to fiscal solvency, transparency, ethical behavior, and government compliance. So believe me when I say that I take that responsibility very seriously. Finally, I'd like to speak about recruitment and retention. Burbank Unified is already struggling to attract and keep talented teachers. Neighboring districts offer stronger salaries and better health benefits. Add to that the instability, the lack of transparency, and the erosion of trust. And we're going to lose even more bright, passionate educators. That's not just a financial problem. It's a problem that's going to touch every classroom and every student we serve. We love our district. We want to see it succeed. But that's only going to happen when leadership accepts responsibility, restores oversight, and rebuilds confidence in its finances, in its governance, and in you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. We have Max Maserve. Did I say it right? Yeah. Thank you. And then the last card is Larry Applebaum.
Just one moment while I set
one
this
more,
up.
actually. Max.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm a young person. I don't write things down on paper. All right. All right. Good evening, board members Armand Akanian, Laurette Cano, Abigail, Charlotte Tabbitt, and Emily Weissenberg. I'm sorry to the newly appointed Kelsey Olson. I got that info from the Google AI overview when I searched who's currently on the board. And that is why I was brought here tonight. Oh, but as an aside, I did pre-register to vote thanks to Jan Hacker and the Clerk's Cup. Class of 2024, go Bears. I'm here tonight to follow up on my comment from last week. I believe that the district should install a Google Chrome browser extension that blocks the Google AI overview feature. So one of the board members made an analogy last time that I didn't take well, that this whole introduction of AI thing is similar to the advent of handheld calculators. Calculators don't lie. And if they, and whatever answer they give you, you can be sure how it got there. It's based on real math. And if it doesn't know the answer to 0 divided by 0, it will tell you. AI will make up an answer to 0 divided by 0 and tell you and link false sources to you. It will make up sources. So also talking about the point Vlad brought up last week about using AI to condense historical documents for the sake of a history assignment. I think that gets at a really fundamental question, and one that I've been asking myself a lot this year ever since I realized I wanted to become a teacher someday. If one uses AI to summarize these old historical documents, then what is the point of that assignment? I personally don't encounter the first-hand writings of Alexis de Tocqueville in my normal life. The book I brought with me today was Plato. And so this assignment isn't, in a practical sense, training us how to decipher 19th century writing, right? It's teaching us how to think more deeply about the words of those who have come before us, how to get around something that might be difficult to digest. And in short, it's the tenets of critical thinking, right? What does using AI on this assignment accomplish? It teaches us how to quickly let someone else think for us, and worse, it's kind of conditioning people to choose convenience and ease over what our teachers and our district and our curriculum have decided we should learn. So just as a quick aside, the 3 people who sit next to me in my biology class at PCC all used ChatGPT to look up answers on the midterm. I felt extremely uncomfortable the whole time, but that's probably just a me thing. I finished the test long before they did, by the way, and got better grades on it. So I don't know what the deal is with using a digital brain as a crutch, and I'd like to speak commendably to the efforts that BUSD has taken already to block sites like ChatGPT and Google Gemini. My question that I want to leave you with is, why do you draw the line there and not also block Google AI? Why do you disallow ChatGPT but allow Google AI? Again, there is a simple, easy way to block Google AI and to really try and foster the minds of our students. Thank you.
Hey, let's hear it, everyone. Yes. All right, Mr. Larry Applebaum, Honorable.
Good evening, Dr. Agakanian, our newest board member. Congratulations. Ms. Bonzal-Cancor, Ms. Kano, and Superintendent Macias. You once again usurped my comments because I was going to talk about the fact that the onboarding meeting was not noticed. And that is not the way we need to start the SFOC, because it's already has 2 strikes against it right out of the chute. I think that that any advice that you get from whatever questionable legal sources told you you did not need to notice it, you need to do everything to be above and beyond that, to provide transparency to the community. So I think that I take your words at their meaning, and that you will do something about making sure that doesn't happen in the future, and I will drop what I was going to say beyond that. I do want to talk about the football lights at the Burbank High School. It is a travesty to see what has come as that is part of the joint use agreement that extends to 2058. As part of community use, Burbank Unified agreed to open the field to the citizenry, lighting the field until 10 p.m. with 8 lights when the, oh, I'm sorry. Better? Better, thank you. Lighting the field until 10 p.m. with 8 lights when the field is otherwise not being used by school or other sanctioned groups that have full use of lights. That's obviously to save money, because those lights are very expensive to run. Of the 8 lights, as of today, only 1 is currently functioning, the outside southeast light standard, but unfortunately, that light is focused on Glen Oaks sidewalk and not on the track. With the city contributing annually, it's not really funny, it's really very sad. With the city contributing annually to a maintenance fund, there's plenty of money available to have Musco come out and change the lights. I have spoken to site, facilities, and even a board member for over 18 months, watching the available lights go from 5 to 1. With portable bleachers placed on the track on the Glen Oaks side, the lack of lighting is now particularly dangerous. I really believe this needs to be addressed sooner rather than later. You have community members walking the track, and when those lights are not on full, they have virtually no light. It is dangerous from a safety perspective. It is dangerous from a personal safety effect because anybody can get on that field, and you know it. I hope that you take my word seriously and that you move to get this taken care of. There's no fiscal reason why it shouldn't be done immediately. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Applebaum. And the last card, we have Jerry Malini. Hi, Jerry. How are you?
I'm doing fine. How are you?
Good.
Thank you for asking. Thank you. I usually don't have the computer up here, but I did it real quick tonight. Dr. Agahanian, members of the school board, Dr. Macias, district staff, and fellow stakeholders, my name is Jerry Milady, and I'm an alumnus and a teacher emeritus of this district. I guess I'm also a current student since I am taking a class at the Burbank Adult School right now. What? This past summer, with a lot of interest, I've been watching your meetings on the internet, and I'm not going to dump on you like you've been getting over the past few months. However, I do have a few questions that I have not seen a clear answer to yet. Regarding the double expense of a couple of years ago, I believe there's simple questions about the procedures one learns early in Accounting 101. When an entity occurs in either expenses or revenue, meaning it's recognized when the transaction happens but is not reversed out, but then it's reversed out in the next period until the cash is either received or dispersed. Why did this not happen? Companies I have worked for in the past, this is automatic. Why, if the expenses were so much higher than the previous year, why was this not acknowledged and investigated? Why did the public auditors not catch this major discrepancy? Regarding the current situation, why, if a vendor was not an authorized one, why was it not vetted? At a minimum, was there a W-9 issued and received? Even though you are the fiduciaries for the district, I know you rely a lot on those at this table over here, but I would suggest in the future maybe more questions should be asked. And if there is not satisfactory answers, votes maybe should be postponed. No comment on superintendent search at this time, but believe me, I do have some opinions on that subject. In my opinion, we could have a great district, but now, due to this current situation, I feel that idea might be lost for a long time. We could be on the cutting edge of recruiting educators, collaborating, researching and implementing new ideas, developing holistic students and staff. I'm afraid that this summer has set this district back, and it'll be business as usual, which in my opinion is not an option in this rapidly changing society. Since I am retired, I have time, and I would be more than happy to meet with any of you and share you some ideas. I do have a lot of time. But there is a trust restored. Until there's trust restored and understanding what a powerful district would mean to this community at large, I'm afraid it'll just be let's get by. When I was working on my credential, there was a saying, if an American fell asleep 100 years ago and woke up, the only thing that person would recognize is high school. Let's be the change so this doesn't happen 100 years from now. Thank you.
Thank you. And that is the last comment. Let's start with our superintendent. Dr. Macias.
Thank you, Board President Dr. Agahanian. To all our speakers, thank you so much for coming, sharing your concerns, your feedback. I want to address a couple things. Number one, Mr. Maxwell was texting me directly about the lights. They're being addressed. Mr. Applebaum, so I want you to be assured that they are getting the attention they need. We'll make it a more time-sensitive concern, but Mr. Maxwell did text me on the spot, so deeply appreciate that. Max, AI is just a cumbersome conversation in general, then in the field of education for our students, for our teachers, us as administrators. Your insight is incredible, and I commend you for speaking up. I would love to pick your brain a little bit more about that, so I'd love to set up some time to talk about AI. So thank you for coming and sharing that. Ms. Hacker, known you for a very long time, highly admire and respect you. Thank you for speaking and coming. It's not always easy coming to a board meeting and speaking, so I appreciate that. Mr. Vanderbort, as always, your insight and feedback, always something that I listen to and heavily reflect on, so I want to thank you for coming tonight. So thank you. That's it.
Thank you. Board members? Well, now Ms. Olson goes first. Yes. And
Amazing.
welcome to your first public comments.
I mean, first, thank you to everybody that came and shared. There's a lot for me to catch up on and understand. And there are many different things that I intend to dig deeper on. But one of the things I wanted to ask about was the Sobel report. Can somebody kind of give me an overview of what that was?
We can't exactly do that during this particular period. I can talk a little bit more about that when I respond.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Great. Then I won't clutter the time with things like clarifications. I do want to, Max, thank you for coming and speaking up. AI is something that I would also love to continue to discuss and understand kind of the logic and thought of the community members on this. Being in technology and being my space, it's transforming everything. And what I really love, being someone who wanted to aspire to being a teacher, truly wanted to be you, Ms. Hacker. I think that your opinions are really important. But I also really want to make sure that we're leaving autonomy to the teachers in the classrooms that kind of know the students and what's going on and the specific subject area. Because I think what you're saying about specific historical documents is huge. In the context of that, that means a lot. And I do think that we should, as a board, eventually get to a place where we're making large recommendations, but then passing some of that autonomy down to the classroom and to the students for debate. So thank you for keeping it top of mind. I hope that it stays there. Again, lots of things to process and think about, but I wanted to also add, sorry, my legs aren't very long. It's hard to get to this this mic. I might need a booster seat for next week. Jan, I just wanted to, Ms. Hacker, I wanted to just come back to your powerful words, especially because, as I mentioned, I wanted to be a history teacher because it's the most, I think, impactful thing to pass on to our students, the act of being whole citizens with the history behind them so that they walk into life with wisdom. So hearing your words, especially from the perspective of the work you've done, is huge. And I would love to meet with you and continue to hear more, but I just am grateful for the specific insights of the morale of the team. That's all I had. Thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Kano.
Okay, first, Mr. Van Borg, you hit on some, always, as usual, you hit the nail on the head. And I think one thing that you talked about was the idea of that we've had systemic problems, the whole issue with the accounts payable and all those things. The thing I really want to underscore is that it didn't just happen within these last few months. And I think that's one thing we really do need to look at. I think that is something we are looking at of, how far back. I would love for people to look back and see how far back did this, how far back did these things go and when was the breakdown? Because it didn't just happen during these last 5 months. And so I think that's something that everybody's looking into here. And Dr. Abel Hamid has got her hands full in coming through and having to find all those, trying to fix those and find those answers. Ms. Hacker, as a teacher, I definitely feel I feel your pain on that one. I'm in from Montebello Unified, and look up Montebello Unified. You want to talk about, you want to see scandal. It's consistently in our district. And I do know what that feeling is, and I don't want our teachers to feel the way I feel, because when something new comes up in Montebello, now we're like, it's us, So I don't want that, and so I think we're all working really hard so that you don't bear the brunt of what has happened. You don't pay for the sins of the fathers. Okay? And again, yes, I do want to just keep recognizing, although people say don't, I do. There is so much still good happening, and that's part of what happens with demoralization is that people see our name in the newspaper. And I know when we in Montebello, everybody knows my district because of, oh, you're that district, not seeing, what we're doing with children and how we're working together, and sometimes just cobbling things together, and sometimes building the plane as we're flying it. So again, you looked at the last few meetings that we had, all those kids who are coming in the top of the SBAC scores. They're at the very top. You can't go higher than the highest 4 on that scale score. And it's just amazing. So I'm sorry, I do have to continually say the good things. And I know it happens in the classroom. Max, yeah, we could have a discussion, because as a teacher, I have 6th grade, and they are so still new. They have never lived. Remember, these are the children that in 1st grade, they were in COVID, right? So they've, imagine 6-year-olds in front of a computer and trying to, but they've never lived without it. So school for them has got part of it. So the idea of saying, I'm going to take it away from you, I have that discussion with them, and it's part of one of my lessons in language arts. It's understanding, what is AI? What is it doing? And making sure they understand there are a lot of mistakes that happen. And so look at that and start to understand, because I don't want them to go all through high school and then get to college and just be given this, look, there's AI, look what you can do. And it just seems like, the apple in the Garden of Eden there, because it's kind of like, oh, this is wonderful. It's going to do such great things for me. If we don't start training kids now in terms of the dangers, and, but we have to find that. If you go on, and if you want to be you're going to be a teacher, this would be great. You said, what is your goal? And that is part of what you're teaching your lesson plan. It's, what is your goal? Is it to understand how to read that, or the content? That's part of what your standards are going to show you. The other thing is, there are standards for computers, for computer sciences. And looking it up, there's nothing about AI on that, because it's just happening, as I'm speaking right now, about like 10 new things just got developed in AI. So, maybe you'll be on the cutting edge and coming into teaching and understand how we're going to have to incorporate that, because we cannot deny it. It is here. Like I said last week, there's programs that we as teachers are using right now, like Diffit and Brisk, that we can use AI to help generate some of our lessons. But I know it promises a lot, but that's what we have to understand. It's a promise, but it does not always deliver. And that's what I want to teach, make sure kids understand. It requires almost sometimes even more thought than just having to do the old-fashioned, I'm researching it up. I mean, I remember when kids came in and tried to do Wikipedia for a research project, right? And this was, I'm going to say this about 15 years ago, but they said, they said they're Wikipedia. Well, it has like pedia in it, so isn't it like an encyclopedia? No, and even still today I'll have kids, that's one of my requirements, like, you may not use Wikipedia. And I go, why? I go, well, who writes Wikipedia? We don't know. I mean, they're 11 years old, they don't know. I said, basically anybody, you could. So that understanding of, there you go. There you go. And that's what I'm saying, encouraging them to understand so that you can really start looking and seeing what your different sources are, and, starting to evaluate. And I think that's a big part of what we have to teach our kids, is evaluating. Mr. Applebaum, I'm glad we got the answer, because I know my daughter goes up and walks. And if those lights are going out, but they're there. And then Mr. Mulaney, you had some good points, and I said, you brought up a really good point, is that this summer we lost a lot of time. And I know it was the board, we lost a lot of time. There was just, you all know, there was a lot going on. And so things that, summertime is usually the time that everybody thinks everybody's down, and as well as I do, that's when teachers were going into, especially at the district office, it's in full swing. So yeah, there was a lot that happened. So I would love to talk to you more about some of the things you brought up. So thank you.
Thank you. Vice President Kamkar.
Thank you, Dr. Agakanian. And thank you all for your thoughtful public comments tonight. I'm going to go a little out of order. So on the lights at Burbank High, Dr. Macias, when that is fixed, can you email the board to let us know that it's been fixed? And also, I believe you have Mr. Applebaum's contact information, but include him on that email so that we can hold each other accountable to that. Because this is the first I'm hearing about it. As we may know, I live near Burroughs, and if one of the 8 lights worked there, I would also be quite concerned. So thank you for bringing that to us as a group. Mr. Milady, lovely to see you, and retirement looks good on you. You look so relaxed. I too would like to be relaxed. So 2 things. You asked about the expense error, and I would love to answer your questions. I think part of the problem is that it was we just kind of don't know why the things that were supposed to happen didn't happen, right? Like the accrual was made correctly and it just didn't get backed out correctly. And the reason the auditors didn't catch it is because it was caught essentially when they were closing the books for the year, and they said oh, well, there's more money in this account than we thought there was going to be because we never backed this out when the cash went out. I'm remembering this from 2 years ago, and also because I was trying to refresh my memory fairly recently. But, we don't, my other recollection from that, because my initial reaction as it was this summer was, where would I have seen this? How could we have caught this earlier, right? Was when we did things like our interim reports, we are usually reporting out on changes to revenue projections rather than necessarily truing up our expense records, which is why it wouldn't have shown up there. So that is my recollection of the double expense a few years ago. But that, to your second piece, which is what were the questions that were being asked, right? I think one of the things that, as I was talking to Ms. Olson earlier this week, was that I have really learned the hard way over the past couple of months is, and to Mr. Vanderbork's point, is part of governing is governing in public and asking the questions in public, because people will go back to our meeting of last September and say, no one asked questions about this contract. I did ask questions. I just asked them in my meeting with the superintendent, right? And maybe if the question, and I remember the questions that I asked. I said, why do we need this contract? Why is this contract so much? Why, do we know who this vendor is, right? And potentially, if we had been given those answers in public, right? Even if they were given to me by someone that I trusted and they made, nominal sense, right? Someone could have said, wait, who's doing this? I know that name. That's a board member's daughter, right? I didn't know her name, right? Or wait, actually has anybody talked to CSEA about this? Because even though you've been told that he talked to CSEA about this, no one, he never actually talked to them about this, things like that, right? So I learned the hard way this summer that even if I ask those questions in private, I need to ask them in public. So I appreciate that. Because, I thought I was, in some ways, I didn't know that everybody wanted to hear all of my questions. I thought they might be kind of annoying. But again, lessons hard learned. So, Mr. Vanderboort, I appreciate your meeting with Dr. Britz and the information that you relayed to us. And we'll follow up on that. And I just generally appreciate that you're always bringing back kind of actionable things that we can talk about because they're not necessarily related to individual personnel matters. I was actually looking at the 3 actionable items that you had sent to us at the last meeting and was trying to figure out how to move some of those pieces forward. There was one about an audit of all of the individual contract items. I think we had done a partial version of that, of ones that had been flagged over a certain amount. We're working our way through kind of trying to triage the ones that are more problematic than others. So let's talk about Sobel and where we're at on that. So this was something that we asked for in June, almost immediately after all of this. We said we want a third-party investigator to confirm the findings of our internal investigation. And that was where we started. What happened after that was we hired the Sobel Group, which is kind of a legal firm to go out and do investigations, and said, figure out what happened, and also, if there are other things that come up in the course of this investigation, you are empowered to look into those as well. Now, that wasn't a blanket statement of look into everything and anything, but I will say that the scope has increased, which is what is causing the delay on this. And that is why when I say like we have been sitting at the world's worst buffet and just keep on eating, we're going to continue to, I haven't seen results yet from the Sobel Group. We haven't seen anything yet because we have specifically removed staff and the board from their investigation. And so I've been the point, I say this because I've been the kind of point person working with council, as council has worked with this other set of council on the investigation. But what I have communicated on behalf of the board is if there is a way to get the piece of the investigation that's related to board member Tabbitt and previous members of the district administration, if there's a way to get that separated off and released and redacted to the extent that we need to as soon as possible, let's do it. Okay? So that is what we have asked them to do. Because we need to be able to tell the public, honestly, we need to be able to verify what we know, what we think we know, because we haven't seen any results from anything yet, and move on from there. Because that's been, I think, for me, the most frustrating part of this is that it feels like a big black box right now. That is the answer to the question I put in all capital letters on my notes of where is Sobel? Which I hope accurately conveys your question, which is how I feel about it in my heart as well. So I will continue to try to keep you updated, keep everybody updated on it, because I would certainly like to. Ms. Hacker, I think exhausted by uncertainty is the right phrase there. And I'm sorry. I think you are right to say that good things are happening in spite of this. And that, every morning when I drop my kids off at school, I know that they are safe and they are going to learn amazing things and have a great day. And I know that when I go to any of our schools, and that any of this dysfunction, either at the dais or at 1900 Olive or whatever, that our teachers and our school site staff and our principals are able to continue in spite of it. And you shouldn't have to, but I thank you for doing it anyway. But I recognize that it becomes hard to bring folks in when they Google Burbank Unified and they read the headlines. So my Google is now talking to me, so we'll get to AI in a second. I'm not talking to you. So I get that. And it's a concern I have with the superintendent search, for example. Right? It's a concern I have with staffing positions that are open, any positions, right? That they will read the headlines, that they'll go and look at board meetings. And they'll say, "Whew, where are the other jobs that are open?" But our schools are really special. And I would hope that people can look beyond that and that they will see our really special community. And want to be a part of something that has been great and will continue to be great. Last on AI, and then I swear I will be done, which is I appreciate you coming back, Max. And I think we can be thoughtful about how we use this particular extension and AI in general, right? Like I really like using AI, and I have a lot of very firmly worded statements with my AI when it is hallucinating or making things up, because I'm like, hey, that is not what that is. And so, but that's something you need to learn, right? Like you need to have enough context to say, you don't know what you're talking about, computer. You don't know what you're talking about, robot. And so I think that is, we have tools that we use called like Diffit and others where they've been vetted for that kind of thing, that they're not going to tell someone the wrong information. But, in, I forget what it says under the AI overview, where it's like, oh, this is like in lab mode or whatever. Like, well, that's not exactly like fit for student consumption then, right? If it's in experimental mode. The other thing I'll say on AI is there was it obviously affects more than just that particular piece. And so one of the things that I actually sent to Dr. Macias yesterday was the Center for Democracy and Technology put out this big report on AI in schools and how it affects not only just like systems that don't work as intended, which I think AI overview in education could be one of them, but also things like data breaches and ransomware and tech-enabled sexual harassment and bullying and troubling interactions between students and technology. Make of that what you will. And I think like there is a way for us to, we're of a size where we could figure out policy and implement it in such a way that we could lead on this if we can get out of our own way. Because I think we have really smart instructional people, really smart student services people who want to do the right things for kids. And I just appreciate you continuing to come back and navigate. So I think we can try to figure out how to harness this without telling people the wrong stuff. We have to teach people how to use it as a tool, because I will tell you, I took 1 hour to myself to go to a bookstore this weekend, and I had listened to a podcast with an interview with this guy, but there's the book, like if anyone builds it, everyone dies, and it's about AI, and it's terrifying. And I just started paging through it, and I had to like set it down because it was about to give me an anxiety attack. And so like I do a lot of reading about AI, and I don't necessarily recommend it if you would like to sleep at night. So I think there's a lot of good things we can do for it from an education perspective, though. And that is all I have to say 10 hours later.
So, first of all, everyone noticed I used the word honorable. I still call my first boss, former Majority Leader Dario Fromer, honorable. So again, if you've served, I will always use the word honorable. So again, thank you for your services, and of course my former colleague. Just want to put that disclaimer out there. Mr. Vanderburg, I do appreciate your continuous, I call it support in a sense of, having an extra set of eyes and ears always helps. But also what the points you're making, as my colleagues stated earlier, are legit. And it is, again, difficult. As you know, as a former elected official, sometimes there are certain matters that we cannot share. But I can tell you, when several meetings ago, I did state that, things are going to change and there are concerns and we're addressing them. And some people text me saying, you sounded pretty upset. I wasn't. I just look angry all the time. I'm sorry. It's the eyebrows. I'm sorry. I have to put that disclaimer out there too. But I do want to, again, come back to a conversation we had. I think it always helps to have a conversation about having maybe a citizens oversight committee, a finance committee, something to look at these and have people like you and some other members of the community, right? We do have a budget committee, Dr. Macias, but that's district budget committee. If we can look at maybe something, I remember years ago we had something similar. It doesn't hurt, because that way we will have a conversation where you're not standing there all the time, and we're having this conversation. So I don't know if, I know you've talked about it in a way, if you want to chime in, and maybe we can talk about forming that and bringing forward some of these concerns in terms of what we can legally talk about or not, but also just talking about procedures. It helps. Sometimes people forget we're talking about turnovers. People come and go. I went through this for 2 years at my workplace. My accountant left. It was very difficult, and this person left abruptly. So I've learned my lesson to have a mechanism that if it happens, at least there's a backup, so whoever comes in kind of knows what's going on. And because just when it comes to finance and accounting, every accountant is different, believe it or not. They do it differently. QuickBooks. You want to know how many subcategories I have in my work, in my QuickBooks? You don't want to know. I subcategorize a lot. So I think it helps, but also having citizens be involved. Questions of transparency is always raised, and I understand that. But also, I can tell you, at least we're not naive. We know what the concerns are. At the same time, we like to hear more about it. But we are discovering certain things out there that we're allowed to talk about and we're not. And I think you will be hearing more about some of these, what I call systematic changes. There has to be a systematic overhaul, and it's happening. But systems overhaul take longer, and they're difficult. But we're getting there. But we do appreciate all the input, and we do need your help. Because as Ms. Hacker said, it's difficult. We already live in interesting times where trust is, created by even AI forms now out there, right? Trust is very difficult to come by. And AI is an interesting topic because AI has the ability now to create lifelike figures that you don't even know if they're human or not. You saw that latest actress? Yes, she has an agent already. I forgot her name, but yeah, I know. So thank you, and I do want to look. So if the superintendent, we can continue this conversation to really create that oversight committee, if we can, just to have these conversations, not so much in an open, but also open, but at the same time, what I call more input from experts in the area. People have had experience, not only in finance or accounting, but also in system changes or things that you've been through before. Organizations like ours go through changes all the time, and I think it helps for people who have been through this before. So I would appreciate it, and if anyone wants to be part of that, I think we're more than happy to talk about it. Mr. Applebaum, Honorable. The reason I laughed is because I'm concerned about the light. If it's on Glen Oaks, I'm also concerned about safety. What if you're driving and that... Oh, it's on the side. Okay, I was just concerned about that. So I guess it's not hitting drivers, right? Okay. But we're going to address that as quickly as we can, right? Thank you. So we will come back with a report on that and kind of get an update, right? My mother walks that field too, so I'm concerned. She's getting up there. And then I think my colleague did cover a lot of the concerns and areas. Yeah, thank you. But again, I think this is an ongoing conversation because all of us not only love our district, but also do understand what our challenges are. We have a lot of challenges. I've said this before. Even going something as small or big as, getting funding for low-income students. Some districts get more of it. Some of you don't know. Even some of the programs that help us, like CalSOAP, Gear Up, we don't qualify for it. As I've said it before, we're a middle-class community. We don't get the lower or we don't have the higher. We're kind of in the middle. And I think that's the beauty of this working community. But it also makes it difficult for funding. And don't get me started on, lawsuits and the laws that we have to deal with that don't make sense, but we have to obey them sometimes, because, well, always, but it's our disclaimer, always. Thank you. Strike. But what I meant, sorry, long night, yes. Don't quote me on that. But there are legislation out there, and someone who worked on laws for many years, it's difficult because we've advocated against some of these rules and regulations, but it's difficult, and it's also cost the district a lot of money. I mean, take, for example, certain bills that recently passed on, for example, cafeteria food, and so, and then the statute, the limitation on how many years you can sue or not, and we had no control over it. Pasadena is a great example. It's part of the reason they're going now being taken over, right, by the county. So we're aware, but at the same time, all what you say, and it's understandable. We do appreciate all the input. I think, as I said it before, these are lessons that can bring our community even closer, because as I said last time, we are a special community, and this is a one big family. And yes, Mr. Schlossman, you said brother. Oh, brother, we are brothers and sisters. So, one last thing about, I'll finish with this, Mr. Hervé, right? Did I say it right? Max? Again, I think talking about AI is important. I know that board member Olson is big on that. Trust me, I teach college level. All of a sudden, my students are writing these wonderful essays, which it's great, but at the same time, we also have technology to catch it if we need to. There is a way of scanning through it. I always, I'm kind of a tech person. I'm going to age myself. I used to work at Circuit City in Burbank selling computers back in the days when you had to go into a C drive and find where you didn't do plug and play for all your young people out here. You had to go in C drive, find your drive. It was a lot of work. And I was very good in making boot disks because you couldn't boot your computer if you want to play games. So I was very good at that as well, right here in Circuit City. So I do understand your concerns, but at the same time, I think what is concerning to me in terms is what I want us to look more into, Dr. Macias, is where is education going now, especially when it comes to job markets and what AI is doing, when it comes to education, right? We're seeing a lot of increase now in trades now, for example. See a lot of people who want to go get technical training now, right? Because some of these jobs are being eliminated because of AI. I mean, there is conversations about some of these tech company CEOs talking about citizens tax, cities providing certain incomes for families because there's so many jobs that are going to go out because of AI. So there is the pros and cons to it. Again, I always look at technology as, this has happened before AI, you had PCs, before that you had, I'm gonna age myself, but again, technology always comes along and certain markets and jobs go away, but at the same time, I think as educators, it's important that we keep up with what the changes are. So I do appreciate your input. And other than that, I do, again, want to welcome our new board member, and now we're going to go to the item 11B, superintendent's comments. You already did that, sorry. I brought that up twice already. So, thank you. 12, reports to the board. 12A, report on 2025 school satisfaction survey. Dr. Knapik.
I'm going to turn this over to Dr. Anders, who's taken the lead on the school satisfaction survey. It's the Hanover survey. So he's going to give a high-level view, helicopter view of the recommendations and of the key findings to the school satisfaction study or report. Survey.
Good evening, members of the board, Vice President Kamkar, President Agakanian, district leadership, staff, and community. Robin Anders, Director of Instructional Technology and Accountability for the school district. I'm responsible for our LCAP plan. The school satisfaction is specifically connected to our LCAP as a mechanism that's a requirement of our local control and accountability plan as far as measuring student, parent, staff, and community perceptions of the school district, areas that we can grow and continue to support, and also areas where we shine. So tonight, what I want to do is just give an overview, and really the intent of tonight is to publish the results. So what you'll see is that the agenda packet includes a much more extensive report than the presentation that I'm going to do here. So just want to be transparent about that. I've pulled some of the high-level overview of the survey, but the report itself goes into a lot of detail for anybody interested in doing a deep dive into the perceptions and self-reported experiences of our students, parents, and community. So with that, I'll get started. This report is prepared by Hanover Research. Hanover Research is a provider that we work with to do this because it provides an unbiased outside entity to measure our school satisfaction. There's other vendors that do this for cost. The nice thing with Hanover Research is they also provide additional reports when they do. We can have them work on other projects throughout the year, so they'll conduct our mental health survey this fall. They will also provide relevant research and projects that they've worked on for other school districts to us at no cost as well, or as part of our membership with this. So shout out to Hanover and how they support us. Oh, yeah, I need to turn it on. It was. So overview, in this report, research questions, what are the perceptions of student, staff? Oh, is it, we got two up here. Sorry. There we go, thanks. I'm gonna hide that one. Research questions, they're looking specifically at student, parent, staff, and community member perceptions of our academic rigor and support, school safety, family engagement, DEI, which is diversity, equity, inclusion, and our college and career readiness. What areas can Burbank improve those services and outcomes? Just to note, last year we had about 400 less participants than the previous year, but we still had just shy of 2,000 responses to our school satisfaction survey. Methodology, they do this type of work, so they have a very robust methodology to look at the results of this. The one thing I want to highlight at the end is that we did not have enough participation from our community members for those responses to be relevant. So that's something that I think we want to specifically focus in on for participation going forward. The vast majority of our participation is from our students, which is good. But we would love to get to a point where we have enough community involvement in this that the results are valid to be looked at, or statistically relevant. The key findings that they provide to us are these recommendations. I'm going to go through these three. One is to strengthen principal leadership through targeted support and feedback. The reason why this is a recommendation is that specifically staff perceptions of principals have declined in recent year. The timeliness of their ability to respond to school and classroom needs and also provide support as effective instructional leaders. I also wanted to point out in this area that it's been recommended to look at peer learning communities, as I do believe that we have outstanding administrators in our schools, and it's an opportunity for them to share with each other best practices. I know our two directors of secondary, Julie Markison, and our director of elementary education, Dr. Rebecca Harris, have done a lot of work in building capacity with our principals and administrators. I do also think this is reflective of not just the principal, but our administrative teams at sites, so including assistant principals as well. But it does identify that our teams are stretched thin. There's a lot of competing priorities that require their attention day to day, week to week, year to year. So it's important that we address the staff needs as well. The next area of recommendation is to continue to bolster college and career readiness. What the kind of the two highlights in this area is that we need to continue to leverage our Community College Guidance Initiative. I've mentioned that before. I refer to it as CCGI. This tool allows students to really reflect on if the courses they're taking in high school are preparing them for college readiness through A through G requirements. It also provides them opportunity to dial in through interest surveys and other profile instruments to see if the courses they are enrolled in are preparing them for a career as well. So they can start to have a better understanding of why they're taking certain courses in high school and how that's preparing them for not only college but a career choice as well. The other piece here is to expand our CTE. You'll find in the findings later that those that are participating in that program, it's highly valued, and families, students have an exceptional experience in that program. It's always a goal of ours to continue to expand so that more students can participate and take advantage of those programs. Lastly, targeted improvements for professional development to meet staff needs. I think the key factor in this finding or this recommendation is to continue to provide a focus for behavior management and mental health. And this has been something that come from our teachers in mechanisms to support students, as that's kind of the trend in our population that have those needs. We are coming off Monday of this week as a day focused on professional development. So we're evaluating and getting feedback. I know all of us have received emails from different staff and having conversations with administrators about how it met the needs of our teams, but it's critical to point out that a lot of times when we talk about professional development, we're just talking about teachers. But this day on Monday was really dedicated to making sure that all staff, paraprofessionals, specialists, all classified and certificated staff were receiving training and growing professionally. So that's a real strong commitment from us, and I think one that'll go a long ways in meeting our staff's needs. The next set of slides are our key findings. So what we just covered was the recommendations that Hanover provides us based on their analysis of all of the survey questions and findings. So I'm going to go sort of quickly through these because we've got a couple slides to go through. So the first one is really LCAP. The key takeaway here is that awareness is up, but participation is not really increased with awareness. So that's where I think we can continue to try to leverage community support to stay involved, attend the meetings. I think doing them online has helped with that participation, but be a little more purposeful in recruiting specific parents and families to be an active member of that process. Next is school environment. Key takeaway here is that facilities are on the, it's a positive place overall. Kids like coming to school. There's about a 7% increase in those. Students feel like they're able to talk to adults when they have problems. That's a 12% increase. And that's important to note, especially when we're talking about mental health and being able to support students with their needs. The big stat that jumped out to me was that our A through G, students being familiar with A through G and those requirements has increased almost 20%. So that's a good thing because that's been a focus for us, is increasing our A through G rate. Moving forward to school environment, this is where I wanted to mention our facilities team. So increased responses that the schools are clean, have adequate supplies, restrooms that accommodate special needs are available, restrooms that are clean and readily available. I think that speaks a lot to our leadership with facilities, Dennis Maxwell and his team, making sure that we do that and respond to issues that come up. The other is staff highlighted several areas of growth relevant to staff support. They agree that they're supported in discipline, but also that we have teacher leaders. We're recognizing teachers across our schools that are standout leaders and provide excellent models for the other staff members. Principal evaluation. This was one of our recommendations, was to continue to build capacity. I do think that important piece here is that they're able to respond in a timely manner. So again, just being able to make sure that they're available when needed as issues arise and need their support. The other part in here is instructional leadership. And so that's been a part of having them involved in PLC conversations, not just themselves as a cohort, but directly involved with professional learning communities within their grade levels and courses. So that's been an area of focus for them to continue to support staff in that area. District leadership, places where we can, or key findings in this area is that staff and community would like, or parents I should say, would like more presence at school events from district leadership and more knowledge of specific school issues as it relates to our sites. Parent participation, this remains consistently positive. So it's always been a positive mark for us in this, when we give this survey, it remains that way. Professional development, this was in the overview or the recommendations, but looking at ways to improve behavior management, mental health, wellness. I know that's reflected in our LCAP, where we've reallocated funds specifically for behavior interventionalists, especially at our elementary schools. And then second to last slide, I believe, is our key findings around bullying. This measure significantly improved over the last year, so we saw about 11 to 12% increase in clarity from students on how to get support or how to report. Also just rules around bullying, clarity there. And then our positive behavior interventions and support, 2/3 of our staff are feeling like they are familiar with that program and confident to implement it. And then focusing on mental health, our last slide here, there's increased awareness of mental health supports, but our participation in some of those services is going down. So I don't know if that's a trend of fewer students needing that actual support, even though they're aware of it, or if they're choosing not to participate or take advantage of things if they need it. That's something we can try to get more specific in when we do our mental health survey this fall. Lastly, career technical education. More staff have engaged in the CTE courses, up about 12%. And then overall, significantly more parents and students are satisfied with the quality of education, 72% as a district. The charts here is a representation of how satisfied it says, are you with the quality of the education provided by BUSD? And then you can see somewhat satisfied versus and very satisfied, and how those different categories stand out. It's 24 versus 25. So you can see very satisfied has increased from the previous year. And then overall satisfaction, how satisfied are you with the quality of education provided by BUSD? Difference here is that we're looking at a breakout of students and parents and staff and how they responded with satisfaction in that measure. And then this is the last slide, is just sort of a breakdown of our participants. So of our samples of our 2,000 respondents, 36% were student, 52% parent guardian, 12% staff member. And then it breaks down role, gender, race, ethnicity, and how many years at BUSD. Again, the full report is in the agenda packet, but wanted to give a kind of a high-level overview. And we use this as metrics in our LCAP. And so a lot of the questions we leave consistent year to year so that we have a baseline and we can measure progress over the 3-year plan. Any questions?
Thank you for that wonderful report. Any questions from my colleagues?
So
Who
many
wants to go
questions.
first?
So many questions. Okay.
Board Member Khan.
Thank you. Just so I'm looking at the numbers, so it's 1946 total. So if I'm looking at staff members, 12% of that 1946 was staff members. So then how does, okay, so that 12% was 235 staff? Yeah?
That sounds good, yes.
Okay, thank you. All right. So my questions were, no. Oh, so in terms of, for the staff perception of principal leadership, that's something in terms of not
have to-
getting, things quickly done and such. Were those things, though, that were like district, that the principal didn't have really the ability to change, things that they're district things? It's not a principal, it's not a local site fix that the principal could do?
I believe that is a measure of, at the site, of the site administration being able to respond to classroom needs.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then my other question was, hang on. Oh, really, as a teacher, that finding that for the bullying and for such, that it's being enforced, everything, and that there's teachers getting supported in when there's a behavior issue. And that's big. So I really congratulate everybody, all the teams that are putting that together. I did have a question in terms of the parent participation so we want to get more parents involved and to be able to do the, fill out the survey. Is there any way we could, the way we've got right now, I've been getting things for boroughs over Broadway, and we've got all the yes and stuff, so, something, I just think about what the PTA does when they want us to, it's like, if the classroom that gets the most, you're going to get a pizza party or something, so, I don't know, just, what I'm saying?
Well, we've had conversations about this, and what we found actually is when it comes from our principals, there's a stronger response from our parents if it's in a principal newsletter or something from their site. When we send it out as a BUSD news or BUSD district survey, there's not near as much.
Okay.
So I think in that vein, we can leverage some of the direct communication with parents from our principals and sites to make sure we get that participation. But the one group that's not really represented is the community, and that's the part that we really want to focus in on for more. Yeah.
Okay. I think those are my questions.
Thank you. Board Member Olson. Yeah, you need to, the chair, your hand. You got it? You good?
Can you hear me okay? They really are something else. Thank you for putting this together. It's so nice to meet you. I'm curious, does Hanover provide or suggest the percentage of the population that is ideal? I'm curious the slice of people that we have responding to this. Is this a normal amount to do a quantifiable study?
That's one of the things that they review with us is that if they feel like it's not statistically accurate, they won't include it. So that's why you're not seeing any statistics that include community responses.
Because it wasn't
they just
sufficient.
Exactly.
Yeah.
They also identify outliers. So if they flag some respondents as
clearly
irrelevant,
Yeah.
that they just, for whatever reason, they took the survey but didn't take it seriously.
Yeah. Yeah, because I'm just gosh, under 2,000, I'm how much weight does this carry? How much do we really look into it? I I would be very curious to like dive in deeper on incentivization and how we can get more. When did this go out?
This goes out every spring.
Spring, okay.
Yep. So it's usually around March in that timeline that it goes out. And to be honest, we can talk about when it's best to bring these results. We've just had a lot of crowded agendas for the last couple months. So
No,
this was a fitting time to bring it forward. Yeah.
I know we already talked a little bit about incentivization, but like, was there anything particular for the students like that caused some of the bump?
We had the strongest participation at John Burroughs High School.
Okay.
And the reason is because of their academic excellence period, that it was sort of captive time for students
Interesting.
to sit down and take the survey, but it wasn't at the cost of instructional time. So that's the one thing that's challenging and honestly, just so you know too, the only students that respond to this are high school students.
I assume. And so, how long was the average? Does it take them to do it?
That's a really good question.
Yeah, because like you're right. I'm like obviously instructional time. We want to be really careful with it. But I advisory periods. There's other moments where we could just steal it and maybe require it.
Yeah.
I don't know. But that will probably be a conversation for later. One other question I had was on the PBIS effectiveness score. I was just curious if there were any insights from anyone else on that. This is something I've actually seen kind of in my line of work, like across the board. People agree that it's important and it's prioritized and they kind of get it, but like its actual effectiveness is always rated kind of low. I'm just curious, like who handles that? What are we doing about that? I don't know. You can share with me on it.
I'm happy to pass it on,
Yeah.
but I can respond to you, but go ahead.
Yeah, well, when it comes to PBIS, this is something that is heavily looked at in our student services department and shared with our principals. Yes, it's always a challenge. Effectiveness, perception, things that have been put in practice, especially at the middle school and elementary schools. It's a deep dive that we do, and we're always engaged in conversations with our principals, who then in turn at the school sites are having conversations with their teachers.
Okay.
It is completely, thank you, yes, a very team collaborative approach.
Okay.
Everyone's always talking.
I do think it's something that's in place and they feel familiar and confident in, to where if they see student behaviors ramp up, they can turn up the
volume. Yeah.
Turn up the volume on their PBIS too. So,
So it's not surprising
it's there
that
when it's needed.
it's not being seen as effective. That being low. That wasn't like is that kind of resonating with the feelings that you're getting from the staff?
I can also, by extension, share that amongst colleagues in our neighboring districts, it's the same perception
Yeah.
across the board.
Yeah. Okay. I think the only other one I had was on CCGI. So the login and the process of the students getting to do that. Is there anything that, I know this is a little bit off of the topic of
Yeah,
this,
no, but it's
but the perception of that is really important, and the resources that are available that the state is offering. Is there a time in the schools where the students are introduced to that systemically?
We put into place this year that they'll take a interest survey through CCGI in ninth grade.
Okay.
So that if they haven't encountered it before then, because it'll be brought up by counselors and shared with them, but that's the first time that they're, somebody's kind of looking over their shoulder to make sure they log in and take an active participant in this platform. Yep.
Cool. Thank you.
But we were just meeting with counselors on Monday during a professional development day, and they were asking about creating a sort of a sequence of interactions with the platform throughout high school and even down to middle school.
Yeah, like different milestones and touch points.
Exactly.
Yeah, completely agree with that. Thank you. This is great.
Great questions.
Oh, thanks.
Vice President Kamkar.
Um,
Another set of great questions coming soon.
You know it, or just many. I am not going to vouch for their quality.
Many great questions.
All right. You can wait to vouch for their quality. So, and I'm going to try to keep these to the survey, because I think like you could always look at the survey and be like, let's talk about literally everything in the district based on this survey. And I'm going to try to not do that. So feel free to say that is a conversation for another time, board member, sponsor Comcar. So, because there were some like noticings that I had, right? So on the recommendations piece, I was trying to remember whether this year versus the previous year, if we have about the same number of first year principals. And I think it's about the same that are truly first year. Is that right? Because I was just trying to think about whether we should expect this number to kind of change year to year. And I was trying to do the math, but also trying to listen to my colleagues' questions. So I'll leave that to you to think about predictions. But I liked the idea of doing this like kind of peer support. I think that's really important for our principals. The other piece on our improvements in PD, I love that we have already done our work kind of across job types, essentially, on behavior management. But we've also done a lot of changes in how we do behavior intervention supports that I'm hoping we see some of that start to pay some dividends in this year's survey. And so like I say that to say that's something that I'll be looking for when we look at these results next year is some of that paying off, that we are able to say like we've now restructured how we're doing behavior intervention and wellness supports a little bit.
Can I unpack that for
Please.
everyone who's not been so active in our LCAP process?
How dare you?
What she's
I
referring
was gonna
to
get
is,
to LCAP,
is the
alright.
changes that we've made,
Yes.
and sort of moving from a model that was more reactive to student behaviors to a model that's more proactive, and collecting data and identifying triggers or other preceding events that trigger behaviors, and then working with staff to be able to identify those and provide support before the behavior escalates or sort of erupts or disrupts the classroom. And so a lot of what we're talking about with behavior management is not typical classroom management. It's more extreme behaviors and how to support students through those. And so that's where it's a real key to have an expert like a behavior interventionalist that can not just respond to, but coach other staff on how to be prepared.
And those points of intervention are data that we are tracking and accumulating and basing our analysis on, as we have these positions on a yearly basis and ongoing. That's an important aspect, that we're not doing things, we're reflecting on based on the documented data.
Yep. And not to sandbag the data at all, but this is the first year that as we think about TK data, that we're going all the way back to kids that turn 4 on August 30th. or September 1st, I guess. And so I know that that's been challenging for our TK teachers to have those very young 4s. I make up the answers no, but I'm going to ask anyway. Based on the amount of data, does each school get a readout of any of this data, or is the data set too small?
They usually use the district results, but we can parse it out by school.
Yeah, I think that would be helpful where it makes sense.
It's usually most helpful with student responses at the high schools.
Yeah. I think that would be super helpful. I also think like looking at especially the mental health, student wellness pieces by high school would be really interesting. I don't even know what that question was. Okay, we'll come back to that one. Not surprising that people are more familiar with our LCAP, given that it's the second year, right? So, right, this was our second year of our LCAP. The previous year was our new LCAP.
Yep.
Am I getting that timing right?
Yep.
It's been a long year already. One thing that we think about, that we might want to think about, right? In the same vein of like, how do we make this more actionable for individual schools, not just us as a district, but I make up when I attend LCAP meetings, I'm like, oh, I kind of know who's at those meetings, at least when I like look through the Zoom list, right? I'm like, oh, this is a big contingent from X school, Y school, et cetera. Like, are we doing anything to kind of capture the data of like who is attending those meetings? Like, are we doing a Zoom poll or just kind of a show of hands of like who here is here from elementary versus middle versus whatever? Or are we just kind of saying like it's a community meeting, we take all comers, which is also fine?
No, we don't. To be transparent,
Yeah.
we don't capture that.
I didn't think so, but it's an idea.
But behind the scenes, what you might not see is that we do recaps or work directly with like our English learner group. Why am I drawing a blank? DLAC.
DLAC, yeah.
Yeah, our DLAC group to present the LCAP to them. So we do target additional presentations and information about the LCAP to the populations that are most impacted by what we have in place. So that would be homeless, foster, English learners.
But if I could add to that,
Yeah.
we are aware who is attending the meetings because we're pretty well connected with the community. And so we know who's in the audience. We know who's online. And so
You make it sound so threatening.
Well, I know. We know.
He sees you when you're
Peter,
we know that you know.
And that helps us, though, because we understand where they're coming from
Oh,
and their
absolutely.
perspectives, and we get a bigger picture about what's going on and the details behind it. So it's greatly appreciated.
Yeah, absolutely. I was thinking about I know. I was thinking about it in the terms of like, does that matter when people are saying like, do I feel informed about the LCAP? Like, is that showing up because they actually showed up to an LCAP meeting and now they feel more informed or not? I should hope the answer is yes, but maybe not.
We've also thought about making, even though our meetings are, we try to make it bite size,
Mhm.
of just sending like a summary recap, something that's everybody's pressed for time, and so
Right.
if they can get like just the quick version of
Yeah.
what was discussed, then we'll have more people informed.
Yeah, I think that's right. On slide 12, it talks about of the 47% of staff who've been evaluated this past school year, most report a very positive experience. So less than half of our staff were evaluated is unfortunately what I take away from that. Or less than half report being evaluated, which
Less
is
than
I
half
guess
were
what I should
evaluated because they're usually on a two-year,
on like a
two-year
okay.
cycle. And
so that's about right then.
Yeah.
Then that like comports with what our records would show in HR that about half of people get evaluated each year.
Yeah, because they're either half are evaluated 1 year and usually half are evaluated. the
Okay, at
next.
least on
They're
school site
They're on
staff.
a 2-year cycle. Yeah.
And some could be every 5. Got it.
Every 5?
Yeah, yeah.
if mutually agreed upon by the
Mhm.
teacher and the administrator.
Yeah, per contract. Got it. And that's and this is only referring to teaching staff, this particular bullet point, or this is all staff across districts? Do we know?
That's a good question. I want to say it's teaching staff, but I just want to make sure that that's correct.
Yeah, that's okay.
Let me get back to you on that
Okay.
just to be sure.
Thank you. And then I had two questions. I just was kind of laughing at this idea that like, well, okay. My question I think is more to Dr. Macias of like, okay, when you look at this data, now we know that the survey data was taken at a time that feels like 100 years ago, right? And there's a lot of data here. So other than kind of what's in here of recommendations, like do you feel like there's actionable stuff for you to be doing? And I don't know, I found the piece about like, we want district staff to be more visible at schools to be really interesting. Because I wonder what that looks like. And whether that would feel super weird, to put it in real technical terms, to be like, hey everyone, do you know that this is Dr. Enders and he's here at our school today? Like, how would that I don't know if it just feels like a weird question to me, and if it just feels I don't know. I don't know if that I want our schools to feel like they can be their schools and be their own little spots.
Yeah, and there's a lot to tackle the visibility piece, because it's a high expectation of myself and the team. But visibility doesn't mean we're poking our heads in every classroom or invasive of office spaces. It could be at morning drop-off, it can be walking around nutrition or lunch, end-of-day drop-off. I believe that's the best form of our visibility. If invited, and our principals know that from district staff, we're happy to walk around and visit classrooms, but never unstructured. I don't want ever any employee, teacher, or support staff member, office member, you name it, feel like we're being invasive. That's not what I see visibility being for. In terms of findings and recommendations, absolutely. My wheels are spinning. Conversations in terms of leadership, growth, capacity across all fronts. This is something that the team and I will be digging on, and also getting feedback from our principals, because that's where it impacts the most. And then in hopes, again, they are connecting with their members of their community, their teachers and their support staff members, and even parents, to really get focused approach, and then that way it informs us what kind of strategies and implementations, if need be.
Yeah, I mean, I know we eat another sandwich at our proverbial world's worst buffet every time we talk about this being part of our LCAP of like, we spend this money on this survey, why do we have to do it? And part of it is like, well, it's part of LCAP, but like, so we're getting all this data, like, what are we doing with it? And I just appreciate that I know it's been a busy summer, so I appreciate us looking at it when we get to it. And so thank you for all of this. And thank you for allowing me to ask my many, many, many questions of varying quality.
As I said earlier, great questions. So, I do. I'll make it quick. Going back to Vice President's Kamkar. Again, just looking at this from 600 feet view, kind of a. So, what do you think? Some of the areas that we need to most, besides participation, I think what the sample was, kind of size was, that's pretty small, which to me is kind of like, are we really getting everyone's input, right? I mean, ideally, what would you like to be, what's an ideal sample size to really get at least a fair understanding and representation of all the input? Dr. Robin.
I think we do have a large enough sample size that it's credible data for us to look at. I think the more respondents is always going to be healthier responses, especially because some questions aren't targeted at every audience. So the survey is designed to modify based on who's responding to it and only ask questions that are relevant to that population. Okay. So that reduces the sample size to some degree.
So it is
and
a
like
good
to be the annoying like person who used to do market research, like when you look at a national presidential poll, they only talk to less than 2,000 people. Like this is statistically significant at the district level. Like if you want to drill into individual schools, you would need to talk to way more people because they're smaller populations. But 2,000 people is actually gets us a really good view.
I know Board Member Olson brought that up a little earlier as well. Sample.
Yeah.
I mean, look, I'm a survey guy. Don't get me started on surveys.
And I think
I survey everything I talk to. It's basically a survey. Going back to my question, follow up. So just looking at this right now, so areas of improvement or things that you are a bit concerned about looking at, going, okay, maybe this is an area, or not only improvement, but maybe looking at new ways of addressing some of these areas, based on what the input has been, Anything that you feel like, can be improved, or it's something that you're going to see more of it in the future in terms of concerns and questions. Because even on the LCAP, that's for millions of viewers out there, it's pretty new, right? I mean,
I think I can easily sum that up. All of this is vastly important. Perception data matters. Yeah. So if the takeaway from all respondents is a certain way, whether we validate it or not, the perception could be opposite of what we're doing, which means it informs me and a team that maybe it's a communication gap. Mm-hmm. It's something in delivery. We have to look at all factors. So all of this is highly important. So because it's perception, There's moments that we have to dissect and just make sure that we're doing the right thing and also delivering the right information to get home.
That's a very good answer. And is this all qualitative, or are there any quantitative questions in there?
It's all quantitative.
Okay.
Yeah, Likert scale for the most part.
Mostly, okay. All right, wonderful. Thank you very much for a great report. Next, we have, it's continuing on reports. Sorry, going back to, we have 12B, report on instructional services goals. Superintendent Dr. Macias.
Dr. Aghakhanian, thank you, and members of the board, district staff, and our community members at home and those here present. Very excited to share with the community our instructional goals for the 2025 year and 2026 school year. This is something that I believe, and we've been talking about it, there's been heavy distracting moments that we've been encountering. And much like what we've heard in comments publicly and we've heard from others, there's fantastic work being done at all our school sites in every single classroom. So we would like to share these goals, and I want to preface everything. We have a team up here that I'm proud of that helped in shape this not only presentation, but conversations by grade span. Dr. Harris with the elementary principals, Ms. Markison with our secondary schools, middle schools, and high schools to work with our principals who work with their school sites to figure out what each of the school sites are doing. We also are going to be sharing our general district-wide goals. But again, I'm really excited about this opportunity because it does redirect our attention to what we are here for, and that's to support our school sites. So if we can get the presentation up, please. So part of our sharing of goals is important, and that's just to make sure that we are sharing with the community that we do have intentional strategic goals in mind, not only as a district, but obviously our school sites. We've always known that we've had them. We've just never been really upfront and open and transparent as to what we're doing, and this is why it's a key pivotal moment for us as a district and our school sites that we're aligned with this, and we're sharing with the community. It does show that we have cohesion, and that's important. One of the things that I do not like is when we hear about pockets of excellence, and that's an expression where I deeply fear that in a district our size, all our school sites are doing amazing things. We have to have that central vision, which is being driven right now, we're sharing with you, and that we're connected. It's not just this school's doing it this way, but this other school's not so much. There is collaborative efforts across the board, and that's key, and I wanted to share that. And then again, from our focus, it's a shared learning experience, and the more we know from our school sites that we're extracting information as a district leadership team, then we get more feedback and concretely know how to support them. That's why we exist as a central management office and leadership team. Why do these goals matter? Foundational for effective teaching. They also matter because it provides clarity of purpose. And that's something, again, clear and upfront. We need to have that. It also promotes consistency, that cohesion. At every single one of our elementary schools, even though they could be very unique by their school community, same thing with middle schools and high schools, there is a shared purpose and there's a cohesion to our central district goals. And then lastly, two things, fostering collaboration, which we do fantastic across the board. It's not only our teaching communities, but our support staff, which Dr. Anders shared on Monday. Our professional development was intentional. It just was not our certificated staff, it was our classified support staff. And then lastly, we're all in it about getting our kids ready. And what's important, I'm going to kind of go off on a little tangent right now. We've been used to the expression college and career ready. It's really, truly college, career, and life ready. And we see that, and it's reflected in all our school programs and what we produce, and again, what our school communities do. where we are doing things by articulation and we can improve and we have the pieces in place and we have good examples is the idea and concept of articulation. Collaborative curriculum alignment. We have task forces by discipline, math task force, English. We have professional learning communities, our elementary schools talk to each other, middle school and high school. Vertical and horizontal articulation. This is important. This is where we have and drive that cohesion. And this is something that we are going to be really emphasizing. And it's going to show, our school sites are going to be able to show it to us and vice versa, and the support and hopefully the PD that we can offer, the time that we can create for them to have this occur. This is going to be, again, a big, stronger moment of that cohesion that's necessary and that drives us. And again, focus on student readiness, which I mentioned before. Now I will turn it over to Dr. Knappich, that'll share our district goals.
So going back to December 2024, I know the board met in the boardroom at the district office, and we started to design some district-wide instructional goals looking forward towards 2025-26. And we talked about third grade literacy being the goal that by the end of third grade, we want all of our third graders to be fluent readers. And we know that when they are fluent readers, that begets them to be better comprehenders of what they're reading. So that is our goal, and we're doing that through foundational pieces starting in TK with phonemic awareness and phonics and vocabulary development. And I know that Dr. Harris is going to expand on that a little bit more. Middle school math progression is also a goal for our school district. And once again, it's a progression starting in TK with basic number facts and number recognition all the way through high school. And so we want to go ahead and focus on middle school as we have done and continue with that from our elementary school levels in and into high school. And then the college and career readiness, life readiness, increasing A to G course completion rates. And I know that Dr. Andrews is going to go over some metrics at the end of the presentation. So I'll turn it over to Dr. Harris.
Good evening, Dr. Harris.
Good evening. Nice to meet you. Welcome. Okay, so I would like to start by explaining how these came to be about for the elementary portion of the presentation. So we worked with our principals to share their goals for the schools for this year. And when I say goals, I really mean kind of the practices and things that they're focusing on based on what they see as site needs. And this may be because of programs that they feel like need greater emphasis at their school site, or feedback from the staff, or what the data is showing that their school site needs. So these are the things that they have decided to focus on. And so for this first slide, it's broken down by instructional focus areas. So one theme that has come about from the goals that they shared with us is that they want to really strengthen teaching through data and collaboration. And what that really comes back to is data-driven planning that they do periodically throughout the year with their teachers and other support staff. The second category was deepening math and writing instruction. And these are nestled within to one category together because I would say that there's a commonality across the district and elementary school of really needing to focus on those two areas. And beyond writing instruction, I would say ELA, foundational literacy practices in general. For math, we do have an instructional leadership team that has been functioning for many years with site representational teams, but some schools, based on how much involvement they had from teachers in previous years, want to place more or less emphasis on that. That is a practice that we're continuing across the district this year. and writing instruction too. And writing is very close to my heart. I believe it's very important that we teach our students to be good writers. So a lot of the principals are seeing this as a need at their school site. And that's on two levels, working on writing for different purposes and writing often. Of course, we need that genre-based writing instruction so our kids can grow into strong writers over time. And you can't do any of that if you don't have those foundational literacy focuses. And we have that support through our phonics programs and also, of course, the new literacy screener that we're getting ready to implement. The third category that definitely came up from the principals is supporting all learners, which of course we always want to do, but based on the data, every site has different needs that they see for where perhaps they may need to support English language learners more or our students with special needs, but that's another theme that came up. And the fourth, under instruction, which is perhaps my favorite, is building critical thinking and hands-on learning, because that's, of course, what we want to see in every classroom to keep our students engaged and ready to thrive in their lives. So some of the categories that came up within this are higher order thinking and really just involving students in their learning in the classroom. We don't necessarily want to go into a classroom and see the students silently sitting at their desk, right? We want to see them interacting with each other and collaborating. So those are some of the, I'm sorry.
We're going to be asking questions while you're going through the presentation.
Would you like to ask a question now?
Ms. Kamkar has her hand.
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. Thank
No,
you
it's
for your
okay.
quiet hand.
Thank you, Dr. Harris. I wanted to wait until you got all the way through because I was sure you would answer some of my questions, and you did. Can you just talk a little bit more? You mentioned at the top kind of developing these with principals, and maybe this is a question for you and Dr. Macias, but tell me more a little bit, like how does this fit with the annual goal around third grade literacy, and then also developing these kind of 4 instructional focuses with the principals? Because I know you said Dr. Andrews is going to talk about the metrics themselves, but tell me more about how those things support each other.
One thing that I would like to speak to is that we now have more tools in place to be more preventative with the work that we're doing to build strong readers over time. I'm very excited about the literacy screener coming along, and also the fact that we have a phonics program in place for the last few years now also helps us to identify kids' needs at an early age. So it's looking at that vertical articulation. Who are we building as a literate student over time?
Yeah, she answered the vertical part, so it's fantastic.
Of course. Oh, yes. So, thank you for asking. It's brand new. It was a big focus in our training this Monday. All of our kindergarten through second grade teachers were trained because they will be administering an early literacy screener. The one we're using here in Burbank is called M-Class. Amplify is the company, but Dibbles is really what teachers refer to it as an assessment. And we already have schools in Burbank who are utilizing this very popular screener. But it is required that all kindergarten through second grade students receive this assessment at least one time this year. So this will be our first year in administering it. Teachers were trained, 6 hours of training this past Monday for kindergarten through second grade. Mm-hmm.
So you'll have at least like 2 board members who will have some experience to tell you about?
I literally did Dibbles before.
Oh, no, just I'm like, I wonder when I will hear about that from my child.
Oh, yeah, no.
One-on-one administering of the test to each student using
that's
technology.
a lot. Okay. Oh, so that was my next question. Is it using technology? Is it recorded?
The teachers use technology to record the students' responses, but they're prompting the students as to what to say.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Amazing.
That was all.
Okay, we're still on elementary, by the way. Okay.
There's a second.
There's just one more. It's okay.
No, but I'm glad because I want to pause for questions.
I'm fine with either way.
Regarding the number 1, in terms of using the data cycles and the time to set the goals. And so they're going to be using the screener then this next time around.
Yes, they will have the screener data, which they're very excited about.
Okay.
I actually just met with a curriculum specialist today, and they were talking about how excited they are about it because it gives us much, as you know, I'm sure, much more robust data than some of the other assessments that we use that are a little bit broader.
Yeah.
Mhm.
The other question I had was in terms of with writing, two things. How did we do in SBAC? We saw the information in terms, but I don't remember if we saw how they did in SBAC on writing.
I will get the specific numbers for that on you, but what we see is, in general, our kids need more strategies to approach those performance tasks in a strategic way so that they can get through both the research and writing components of it.
Okay, yeah, so the different, opinion writing, argumentative writing, narrative. yeah.
Exactly. And what we want our kids to know, I see Dr. Anders pulling up the data. What we want our kids to know is when I see this language in the text, how do I recognize what genre it is, right?
Definitely.
And then based on that, how do I know how to structure my writing?
And how long have we been using Step Up to Writing?
How long have we had it? Do you know?
Oh, we have. Oh, okay. So we're not just new to that. Got it.
But schools use it for different purposes because, Step Up to Writing, it offers literacy type strategies and then there's the writing component. So that's where we need to calibrate on how we can best utilize that program.
So it might be that's something they're going to, when they're seeing their data, they're going to be.
Yes.
Yeah, good.
Sure.
So I know Ms. Cannon, you probably know this, but when they separate into the different composite areas, they change how they do the performance bands. So it's 3 categories instead of 4, so that, as if it wasn't confusing enough. In 3rd grade specifically, since that's what we're talking about, the percentage of students above standard in writing and research was 24.5, so basically 25%. And then 46, so almost 50% of our students that are near standard. That remains the remaining 28% below standard in that.
The last thing I'll say about writing, because I believe it's so important, is, writing can be a very challenging area just in general for teachers to teach. Some teachers are very overwhelmed by it. Some love it, so that also impacts it. So we really need to make sure our teachers feel supported and have strong programs like Step Up to Writing to support their level of comfort. Okay. The other category that we're seeing from the goals that the principals and their school teams are setting is culture and leadership practices. And this too can be broken down into 4 categories. Fostering belonging and collaboration is a big theme that came up or is coming up in the goals that they're setting. And that really comes down to the school culture and how different groups within the school culture interact with each other, staff to parents, parents to staff, how the children interact with each other. So this is something that our principals are focusing on at the schools. Number 2, of course, prioritizing social emotional learning. And it says there, Tier 1, that means what are we doing for all of our students to support their social emotional learning? That has to do with their self-concept, how they feel about themselves internally, and also how they interact with each others at the school. As we know, both things are equally important. Number 3, coaching, celebrating, and empowering. Developing as professional partners in learning. So it goes back to that data analysis piece and how are we collaborating when we have our grade level time together, when we have those data chats across the year periodically. And number 4, embracing innovation and continuous improvement. And to me, this is really about fostering and supporting a growth mindset among the staff, offering professional development on a regular basis, and having people want to embrace new practices and grow over time. And that is it for the elementary instructional goals. I see quiet hand.
Hello.
I'm ready.
So one of the things that Dr. Macias said kind of at the outset was, making sure that we don't have pockets of excellence, that our excellence is across the board. And this idea of kind of collaboration and continuous improvement, how are you seeing that across schools and not just within schools, right? So we've talked a little bit about how some of that happens within kind of PLCs potentially across schools, but how are you also seeing that on this like kind of culture and leadership side of things as well?
What I'm seeing is I'm seeing that principals have a desire, and I'm just saying principals because that's who I interacted the most with about these goals. They really have a desire to take what we know to be best practices and analyzing data and collaborating across these pieces to a more powerful level. So for example, in the data chat, instead of necessarily just focusing on intervention and what somebody else is going to do to support your students, focusing on that good first instruction with all students, and having that comfort also among your staff to interact with each other and share their own strengths and vulnerabilities so that they can rise up together as a grade level, if that makes sense. Yes, thank you. Thank you. Oh,
Sorry.
yes.
I just wanted to reflect. I love the span of these goals. I think that they're also from my minimal exposure, right? Like I can see the cohesion between what you're saying, Dr. Macias, the LCAP goals. I'm just curious, and I know that some of these are really challenging to attach like metrics to. And I know that individually there's pieces of data you're collecting, but are there like metrics that you've attached to these to kind of just kind of assume that responsibility and accountability?
So depending on the site goals, so for example, for a site who's focusing more on the math ILT, the math instructional leadership team, it might be the number of people who they have participating in it and how many rounds of observations they do.
Got it. So they're at the school site.
It depends on
goals.
the site.
Okay.
These are just grade span general that we gathered.
Got it. Okay. That's really
That's
helpful.
a great question. Thank you. And
Yeah.
Dr. Knopik is making an excellent point that I want to highlight. On Monday at our professional development, we mentioned what kindergarten through second grade was doing. TK was also working on their own separate collaboration around many different things, including the pilot of a new report card. And our third through fifth grade teachers were working on John Hattie and other amazing scholars' visible learning book text. And what we did was we had our curriculum specialists paired up in a hallway at Washington Elementary, and they rotated around while grade level organized groups of teachers who we had kind of divided ahead of time so they weren't just with their school site. And they rotated every 25 minutes to provide very practical tips for things that we need to do to keep our kids engaged with learning. Things such as giving meaningful feedback to students, right? Involving them in their learning, encouraging dialogue. So yes, thank you. Does anybody know who John Hattie is? Okay. So John Hattie, the book. Would you like to say who John Hattie is? So John Hattie is a very well-respected scholar, but one of the things he's most known for, as I see it, is data on what is most effective in our practices with students. And it's very specific, based on numbers and based on a lot of different research about what's most effective with students.
I think he wrote a
And
book
he's a
on
friend
the
of Dr.
learning
Macias.
sciences, didn't he? I was like, I think I read some of his work.
Yes.
My last question, again, forgive my need to catch up. I love the tier 1 instruction and support because obviously that's the catch.
All students.
All students. Do you have like, it sounds like there isn't as much need for tier 3 in escalation, but is that something that's kind of monitored when it comes to, I don't know if it's for just SEL in particular, or MTSS, but is there kind of like a pyramid for that?
That is an excellent question. There is a pyramid for it, and there are also people in different positions who tend to support those
The different
groups.
tiers.
And so that's why we were talking about our behavior interventionists and wellness specialists and who's supporting different groups of students. That's where those roles would be critical as well, supporting the higher need students.
Okay, amazing. Yeah, and it makes sense from an instructional standpoint
That's right.
that's tier 1, but I just wanted to see if it was like a part of the.
Yeah.
Cool. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I believe we are moving on to middle school instructional goals. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Harris. As Dr. Harris said, these middle school instructional goals were put together by our middle school principals at their own site-specific goals, as well as after talking to each other and collaborating. And they came up with some common themes. You'll see that some of these themes overlap with what you heard with the elementary, but these were kind of the common themes that each of the schools had that they wanted to really express and share with the board. The first is data-driven and effective teaching. They want to harness data chats, PLCs, which are professional learning communities, and interim assessment results so teachers know exactly where students need help and where they can be challenged. The kind of cool thing about this process is that administrators are seen as collaborative partners in this. This is not evaluative, but rather a time for them to collaborate and help departments and teachers spot data patterns and work together to respond productively to help all students. And when it's done well, which I believe our middle schools are doing a wonderful job at this, it also helps shift the focus from teaching to learning. Okay, so we're not just talking about how we teach, but why, and we're looking at the results of the learning to reassess ourselves as teachers and where we need to reteach, where we may need enrichment, what our students are doing well, and sharing those opportunities with each other. Number 2, targeted support and equity. We need to build stronger, more strategic support systems to provide immediate, tailored help for our students with special needs, those learning English, and any other student groups needing extra support. So one thing, again, like you heard with elementary, our behavior and wellness specialists are providing multi-tiered supports in conjunction with all of our school community members, our admin, teachers, counselors, school psychologists, and other support staff, as well as parents. And one way that our middle schools are really focusing on this is by strengthening our student support teams, or what we call SSTs, and working with community partners that can provide those supports, such as FSA with counseling. So we want to try, when students seem to be having issues with attendance, with instruction, with behavior, we want to provide all tier 1 interventions, and our behavior and wellness specialists are coming up with more ways to do that, because last year I feel like they focused a little bit more on the tier 2 and tier 3, so we're working to brainstorm that. Ms. Barzagar, our director of student services, directly supervises them and is working with that right now. But they're also very active partners in coming up with interventions to support students and participate in the SST process as well. We also have ensure our curriculum and instruction reflect the diversity of our student body and world, making sure all students see themselves in their learning and feel a sense of belonging. So this is not solely through curriculum. I mean, we do some great things, and our English teachers are amazing at, they are very eager to get different books passed through the adoption system. And one thing that they have repeatedly told me recently, especially our middle school teachers, is we have a lot of books that seem to be kind of going through the process last year, but we just haven't gotten them over the hurdle to get them onto the core or the supplemental reading lists. So, thank you to Lucy Bowers, who is now the Bret Hart principal. Last year, she was working with our English teachers and our English collaborative team, talking about a process to get those books moved on. And we have gotten a list of them and where she believes they're kind of stalled in the process, and we're working to do that. So many multicultural books that are inclusive inclusive, also books about students with disabilities, a lot of the books that you've seen come through here when we've done our resolutions as well. So they're very eager to teach those things, and we're eager to get those approved and try to streamline that system so they will be able to get their hands on those books and use them for their classes. Also,
Can I ask a quick question
yes,
on that?
please.
Is there anything we can do to help with that process? Like, what does that process
Yeah,
look
I
like?
don't think at this point, because we are going to be meeting as a group to go over the process and kind of, what's that? I'm sorry. Oh, board policy, get it into the board policy, but also we're working, just as an aside, too, about a reinstatement process as well. And we're going to be meeting soon, I know, with Dr. Weisberg. Any of the rest of you want to attend, absolutely are welcome to, but talking about how to get some of our books or texts that were on the supplemental list back to the core that have been challenged for various reasons in the past.
Copy that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes. And then we also have, for number 3, our college, career, and system readiness, a focus on improving overall student proficiency in English language arts, ELA, and math as measured by state assessments, ensuring our students are meeting grade level expectations. So our math and English collaborative teams have been spearheading common assessments, not just horizontally, but also vertically, because the schools are meeting to talk about their practices and collecting data from common assessments. They're using common rubrics. They're bringing student work to discuss and even trading that work. So even though maybe the students teacher has graded it, they're trading to see where other teachers would grade it on that rubric as well and calibrating. It's really important for all of us that students are getting equitable learning experiences and options, not just horizontally, but vertically as well. So all students are getting that experience that we expect students to have as a Burbank Unified School District student. And we are also using then all of those practices to build better learning experiences and share among the staff and doing professional developments tailored to what those needs are for teachers. Any questions about middle school?
I think this applies to middle and high school, but
Sure.
just Dr. Harris talked a little bit about kind of how these goals were developed, and that's like a very large group of principals who don't have a lot of other kind of administrative support at their schools. So like, was this in conversation with just the principals, were assistant principals or counseling or other kind of instructional certificated folks at the school sites involved in this?
Yes.
Tell me a little bit more about how these were
So
developed.
it started with the principals. We meet, the secondary principals, we meet monthly. And at our first meeting, we talked about what their personal goals were for instruction and for school culture. And then they took it back to their instructional leadership teams. And the instructional leadership team, which consists of, department chairs and the faculty chairs, took it back to their departments. Everyone kind of shared common themes, thoughts for the goals, and they brought it back to our next meeting, and we looked for the commonalities. And so that's kind of where we are right now, is these are the commonalities that we saw among the schools and the grades. Yeah, Ms. Cano?
First question was in number 1, the data-driven, what interim assessments are we using?
We're using the interim assessment blocks from SBAC.
Oh, good. So we're using the IABs.
Yes,
Good.
yes.
Great. Cool.
And it seems like it's been a fairly new process for some of our schools. Some have used them pretty faithfully, but in collaboration and getting the teachers to talk with each other, there's been more interest in using that universally.
That's a great way to get
Yes.
people using it. I love the way that you talked in second way that you're going to provide immediate tailored help. I did have a question for you and actually for Dr. Harris. In terms of, you're saying it already, it looks like we're creating like basically kind of like anchor papers and anchors so that we'll be able to share. Are we doing that at the elementary school levels then too? like maybe the 3rd through 5th grade level?
Elementary did in the past, and it's something we're having very active conversations about getting back to as we
Okay.
speak. Because it's important. Thank you.
Okay. Sorry.
No, thank you. My fellow Iowan. A lot of Iowans in this room, by the way. Any other questions about middle school right now? Okay, let's move to high school. There we go. There we go. Our high school instructional goals. Again, you'll see some overlap with the middle school. And I want to say that a lot of that is a testament to the dedication that our awesome secondary principals have to this process and to each other. I'm so happy to work with such a professional and collegial group of principals and APs that are constantly sharing with each other. Now, I know that we kind of have friendly rivalries around here, but it's very it's wonderful to see people be able to set that aside and not look at this as a competition between schools, but rather something that we're doing for all students. So I needed to give a shout out to just the middle school and the high school principals. But really, I'm excited to see that they're also committed to student success. So for the first goal, data-driven and effective teaching, they would like to improve our professional learning communities, or PLCs, again, a common theme, to be true collaborative planning time where teachers share effective strategies and work together to improve student outcomes. The interesting thing about our high schools and even the middle schools is that each school's in a little bit different stage of the PLC implementation and development process. Some use it exclusively and have full implementation with fidelity, while others have kind of looked at it as an optional thing. Like, oh, if the teachers want to have a PLC, then they can, but we're not going to force anybody to do a PLC. And while I understand and respect that, I think as a group now we're all learning that there's really no room for option anymore. It's just too important that, again, we're providing those equitable experiences for students across the board. So right now we've been talking about where we are at our school sites and where we want to go, and learning from the schools that have more implementation and trying to get our other schools kind of caught up to that space. And it takes a lot of time and energy, and helping teachers really see the value of this as well. And again, with PLCs, we're not looking, when we share data from the classrooms, we're not looking for a gotcha or like, hey, let's put this teacher on blast because their students didn't learn as much as this teacher over here. It's about collaboration. It does require some vulnerability on our teachers and our staff. But I think when we're able to look at it collectively and work together, teachers are starting to understand that it's for the benefit of the students and not a critique of them personally and professionally.
Doctor again. We see, so I know we're focusing on it being consistent across schools. Are we also trying for that same consistency across subject areas?
Yes.
And like including kind of all subject areas, and I imagine that there are particular ones where that is harder because the PLC might be
It is, but I'll give you an example. I know at both Burroughs and Muir, some teachers have come up with their own types of PLC. So sometimes the electives have them, and they'll create a common goal of maybe, inclusion and talking about inclusion. I know that at one of our schools, I believe it's at Muir, there's a restorative justice PLC. So the teachers are really making the most out of, especially if they're like a singleton where they're the only person that teaches at, or like health at a school, there's only a few kids, or AP. Even our ELD teachers and our special education teachers, we're trying to get them to have their own PLCs within their department, but also to, if you are a special education teacher who teaches English, coming to the whole English department meeting, so you're also collaborating and calibrating across what your students are getting and how you maybe are accommodating those students, and that they're still getting an equitable experience. For our second goal, targeted student support and equity, establish fair and consistent grading rules across the school to ensure grades accurately reflect student learning and that all students have an equitable opportunity to succeed. So again, conversations not just about what to assess, but how, and looking at things like common rubrics, test retakes. A lot of our teachers now are offering the opportunity for students to do grade improvement, or maybe they throw out the lowest test. And we're seeing many teachers kind of aligning those practices across the schools, the grades, and the district. And then also looking at multiple ways for students to be able to show mastery of standards. So flexible learning, more opportunities to be creative in the way that you may show mastery, because we know that there are many different types of unique learners. And so looking at that, talking amongst themselves about how are we going to provide these different opportunities for them. And then number 3, career, college, and system readiness. Maintain high academic standards so that every student is challenged to think critically and deeply in all of their subjects. One thing that we've begun talking about, we haven't really used the term as much, I've noticed, but I'm hoping that we're going to start doing that more in the district, is Universal Design for Learning, or UDL. UDL is used to reduce barriers to achievement, and again, to provide those flexible learning opportunities, give kids multiple ways to show mastery, and again, that focus that every student is unique, every learner has unique needs, and how can we help individualize things for students so they're getting the content and able to show mastery in other ways than just maybe a normal test or memorization recall. So we're starting to have those conversations at the principal level, and looking to see if we can move more into the schools with departments and grades. So it's a big conversation, but it's one I think that we're ready to have and in need of. So I'm excited to start helping with those conversations as well. And then finally, expand our career technical education, or CTE, programs to give students high quality, relevant skills and certifications for in-demand careers, preparing them for both college and the workforce. And I have to give a shout out, I believe our Director of Arts and CTE, she is here, Miss Peggy Flynn, and she has been instrumental in helping me understand and learn the CTE goals, along with, she looked at data that was pulled by Dr. Anders and helped formulate goals for a recent grant. And so one of the things that she and I discussed is the fact that the CTE program really wants to increase participation in our students who are English learners, for our students who may be homeless, and our students with low economic status. So also just any disadvantaged subgroups that we have, increasing their participation, and then not only that, but increasing their completion rate of the pathway. And she helped me learn that there's a pretty dramatic discrepancy between our students with disadvantages or special needs, that completing those pathways, versus our students without those special needs. So looking at that and figuring out, how do we support those students better? How do we give them the tools and the resources to stay with the program and help them see the benefits, help their families understand the importance of sticking through those pathways? Because, the goal is for them to be both college and career ready. And many of these kids, we hope, that are receiving certifications upon leaving the high school. And so we want to increase that as well. So that is
the middle school and high school goals. Any other high school?
I have, well, that's the last of it, right? That's the last
Yes.
slide? Okay. So I'm going to ask one last question, if it's okay. Oh, you have? Okay, well, you go and I'll finish it.
I'm so excited to hear the conversation around like mastery and that process. There's obviously a lot of baggage that comes with that. I wanted to like poke two things around like documentation. Like, is there a way that teachers today are currently kind of documenting different alternative methods of mastery, like your LMS or something like that? Just more curious.
Well, I know that when in their PLCs, when they have a PLC, they are trying out some of these things and they're coming back and discussing it with the group of, this is what I tried, and they are sharing those ideas. I know too, we have a component of our secondary administrators meeting where we share instructional practices and I try to give them practical things that they can take back to their staff. Yesterday, I gave them it was just a little thing I found useful when I was a teacher, and it's like over 200 interactive teaching techniques. And teachers can tailor it to their personal style or their grade level, how advanced their students are. But we're trying to we have a shared drive where we put those things in and try to share them. And then the idea is that if we can model it in the secondary administrators meeting, that they can take it back to their departments or to their assistant principals who oversee those departments and replicate that experience for the teachers as well, and then invite them to those shared resources too. I hope that kind of answers.
It does, because I realized it's late. My question wasn't super clear as to, I guess I was trying to understand where in the development, the maturity of it. So it sounds like it's still really organic and happening and new. Because I was kind of curious why it wasn't line item, mostly because I'm excited about it. But that makes a lot of sense. I think my only other question was, honestly, it was a statement. I know how PLCs can be a lot harder in high school, and it's just like props for the creativity that sounds like is occurring for that to kind of blossom into something that can scale. So that was that's the only other comment I had. Thank you for sharing everything.
One thing, Ms. Olson, on the mastery and assessment and the work that the PLCs are doing is the work that our math collaborative has been doing over the last several years, and that our English language arts group has started, is really taking essentially like mastery-based grading, like rubric-based grading into this work. And you should connect with Dr. Anders on that work. I sat in on the middle school group doing PD, and it was pretty unbelievable to see kind of how you can really see how students are thinking about math, and how you actually determine, like, just because they got the right answer, do they actually know how they got there?
Because it's a transformation of how you think about learning and achievement. And I think, and as it bleeds down into some of the things that you're doing in elementary, it could be very powerful. So I'm going to totally follow up with y'all and want to learn more.
And then I saw a lot of those things. Like, so when I went to back to school night, I sat in a couple classrooms at Huerta, and, I heard that from teachers of, these are the different ways that students can show me how they are learning, right? We do test retakes. They can show me on their homework where they have how they got to a different answer, et cetera, et cetera. And then I saw in classrooms where, I got a 3 on this, but I would have gotten a 4. Like, you can sit there with a student and they can walk you through how they would have gotten a different grade if they had made a different choice when they were doing the calculation, right? And so, the way that I think our math teachers have been doing that work is really impressive, and a real testament to that group. And it's just unbelievable. So thank you.
And just important to us that, again, if they're getting that in one classroom, we want them to be able to get it with any teacher, with any school, any grade level.
And K-12, right?
K-12, yeah.
I always say, like, it's kind of silly to me that, like, you get a 1 through 4 all the way up until 5th grade or whatever, and then all of a sudden it's like, well, you get a grade based on your participation.
Exactly.
So which kind of comes to the last question. So how did we get this from, as you just said, from everyone? You said we wanted to 1 to 4 to, so how do we make that happen?
Started tonight.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I can expand on that if you don't mind.
Yeah, please.
Because I know, and this kind of, it's funny you brought that up, because that was my question. It's great, but how do we make this, what is the challenge? And I know master plans are great, but what it takes, it's more than just a master plan, is it?
Completely agree. And I'm using this word strongly, intentionality. So what you just heard, you allowed us to geek out, me especially. We just had a wonderful conversation about instruction. We're truly why we're here as an organization. Dr. Akanian, you're right. This is just the beginning, and I'm proud of the work that our directors are doing, assistant superintendents, our principals, our teachers. There's excellence in every classroom, but we have not been out in front and being very vocal about what we're doing. That strategicness is important, and yeah, it's starting tonight. It's been going on. It's been ongoing, and that's, I'm really 20 some odd years in this district. I've always known that to be a consistent fact, that we have amazing educators and amazing support staff. But from here on out, this is an annual thing that we are holding ourselves accountable to share broadly, and it does, little teaser, it was towards the end of the presentation, what I hope, these goals are not aspirational, they're commitments. And with that, what I'm trying to plant the seed in with this team right now and our school sites, everyone, and commitment to you is that we do be forward on a strategic master plan when it comes to teaching and learning. It is a broad goal. It is aspirational. It's not a new initiative. I want to plant the seed that we are eager, very hungry, and I know our school sites are as well too, that we need to be laser focused on instruction.
And just again for our viewers and everyone here, like it's Thursday, it's 9:30. I know some of you have been up since 5 in the morning. But just the level of enthusiasm, I mean, I love how you guys came. You were all happy and like excited, and I'm serious. I mean, you used the word geeking out or something, but I just love it that it's such a long day, and already it's 9:30, but here you are, and that shows commitment, but also shows excitement about what we're
I think
about
it also
to accomplish. And look, I can tell you right now, just I always talk about math. That's an area and I've seen the numbers change, and I've seen the increases, and I think this speaks volume. But at the same time, now that we have a new board member, I think it's important for I think all of us to make sure not only we're supporting these causes, but also be realistic about what we can and we cannot. But I love the fact you brought this forward, because I think now that people are watching, I'm sure everyone is up till right now watching, the millions of viewers. But I think the information, also putting this out there in writing,
it's going out tomorrow morning.
I love it. This is very good, because sometimes we talk about these things, but we forget to put them in writing. And I think this is amazing. So yes, Dr. Kamkar.
I think we're all very excited about this. I think I'm trying to think through like what's a meaningful and achievable and reasonable next step on this for us as a group. And so I don't know. I have some ideas on it, right?
So do I.
Because I don't want us to like go full bore down a let's make a 5-year strategic plan that has like 1,000 new things in it, right? I don't think that's where any of us are at right now. And then I was thinking I was kind of looking at this group especially, and I was like, well, but this is a group that can really focus on instruction. But here's what I'm thinking, and I'd love some pushback from my fellow board members, from staff, et cetera. And so I'm trying to think about how do we, because you had this slide at the end around what are some of the things we could do? Yeah, the strategic master plan, right? That's what we want to talk about, right? Yeah, okay. is like, what of this is, can we bite off and do?
And what I can say to that is we will assess our goals for this year strategically. And I know Dr. Anders is our data guru who can provide more insight as to that. So when we review and assess our yearly progress to that, then we can have that broader conversation that's like, hey, then we can start talking about maybe a broader strategic plan. I fully support what you're saying. I don't want to go way overboard no, this has got to be, and again, I'm using the word intentional and meaningful. So this is an important movement that I believe is, again, redirecting our focus and energy to instruction. And the cohesion is very important. That is a powerful thing that we need to have by a great span to all across the board. And we have the pieces in place. We need to build on it. This is not going to be easy work, and we know that. Our principals know that. We're also trying to grow capacity with instructional leadership as well, with our assistant principals, our principals, here even at the district office level, and collaborating with our teachers who are doing the work and are providing that rich feedback. That's where we need to lean in on. So it's not going to be done without anyone who's a part of it not collaborating with us. And I want to be, because it's not going to, this entire presentation was not top down. This was driven and extracted from information that we got from our principals, who got it from their school sites and teachers. So I'm really proud of that. Anything that we do, if we get there, I'm hopeful. Any strategic plan or anything like that is just, again, for me, the instructional leadership part of me that's been itching to have just a broad plan. Use the example of LCAP. That's what I'm looking at. That's what I'm thinking, that we should have a digestible, reasonable set of goals that we ourselves are driving ourselves, our school communities are working towards in chunks. Hey, year one out of a 5-year plan, this is what we're trying to accomplish, and we can measure it. That's the aspiration and vision that I am trying to get to. And again, go slow to go fast, totally understand that. We're on board with that, but I want the community to know that this is what this team is thinking of in terms of instructional vision and focus.
Absolutely. So is the first next step then putting some numbers to those 3 high-level instructional goals?
Yes.
And that's where we're going.
That's what the team's going to work on. We're going to have some concrete numbers. We're going to share that as well. But this was step 1 in just showing what our goals were, and a united, very shared vision.
Great. Yeah. I mean, I think that's a great first next step.
Yeah, I agree. I think that just putting the messaging and the wording out there as like the biggest first chunk. Because in a year, when you start talking about the data and the numbers and kind of making it concrete, you would hope that everybody has started to hear some of these, this language, especially as we get into things like talking about mastery and start talking about things like portrait of a graduate. People don't know what that is.
Not yet.
So like, not yet, but like that's, I think, the best idea is just like putting it out there as the starting point. And then just to make sure I'm getting this right, the idea and the vision is for like within a calendar year, after having attached some metrics to these points, is then putting together a 5-year strategic plan.
I think it opens up the possibility of a conversation to get there. I want to be realistic.
No, that's fair. That's fair.
It is fair, because what we're trying to accomplish here has not been done in my career here in Burbank Unified. We have not done this, and that's how I'll use the word bold that I want this team to be, that I want this district to be. I want to set the bar high, and we can reach it. We have the right teachers in place. We have the right school leadership in place. We have the right district leadership in place. I want to set the bar high for this district because it deserves it.
Absolutely. And going back to even just these 3 goals, I think that was when we had the conversation about these, it was how can we take these and create a strategic plan that is understandable to our community based on things that people can see in their own households
Yeah.
when their kids can read and do math and are ready for college, career, and life, right? The other piece that I know is worth kind of keeping in mind over the next 12 to 18 months is this, not necessarily portrait of a graduate, but we have talked about this idea of revision of our graduation standards, right? And so those things they should definitely fit together, right? And so I'd like us to think about like how does that community engagement piece work together? And again, going slow to go fast, where we're having a longer conversation around what do we want our students to actually know at the end of high school, and what does that mean about what we are requiring them to know at the end of high school, and are those two things different?
And I want to be very clear about the collaborative piece and who's involved. We are not going to forget about student voice when it comes to conversations with us.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. So exciting.
All right. Let me find the script. Thank you, Dr. Macias. Next, we have, Mr. Noguera.
Yes, before I bring up our guests and proud leaders of the Burbank Adult School, I wanted to introduce that this is the beginning of our community school profiles that we're going to take time and share and highlight what is amazing at each one of our schools and programs. So tonight we will begin with the Burbank Adult School, and I want to apologize way ahead of time because they have been here since the beginning. But I want to introduce our director of the Burbank Adult School, Mr. Juan Noguera, and our principal of our adult school, Mr. Todd LaVenture. Thank you, gentlemen, for being here.
All right, let's hear it, everyone. They've been here for like 5 hours now. So.
And the energy will go up immeasurably now.
Thank you. I was supposed to close the school tonight at 9:15, but I'm here. So I'm going to go to school to close it anyway. So, Mr. President, thank you for having us here.
Thank you.
Board members, thank you. District leadership, Cindy, thank you. You guys are amazing. Thank you for all the hard work. And community members who are still watching at home. We're going to talk about the state of Burbank Adult School, and we're going to talk about how our school is successful because we care, we support, and we love our students and staff. And that's the key why we're successful. So I want to start with saying that the success is the success of the community, and what you see there, on the, I don't know if you're showing that picture.
Yeah, there you go.
That picture shows that that's a community school that we have at Burbank Adult School. The students love to be there because they are learning the perfect environment. If we take a look at last year numbers, we see that our enrollment was 5,838 students overall. However, it's important to notice that the state looks only at three big areas, which is academic, CTE, and ESL. And our funding is based on that. Of course, we have other programs, but the state, the California Adult Educational Program send us money based on the green number, the highlighted number that you see there. And that is participants that we had at our school. Participant is defined by 12 hours plus of attendance at the school. So if somebody comes to our school and attends 10 hours, it doesn't count as a participant. It had to be 12 hours plus. So we had 3,414 students who came to our programs for more than 12 hours. That's pretty impressive. And if you take a look at the next column, that was fall 2024. And we wanted to compare it to fall 2025 on the far left. And you see that we are doing even better than last fall. And one area that we need to pay attention is the CTE. You see CTE fall 2024, 444, and you see fall 2025, 595 students already participating. That tells you that our CTE program is expanding, is growing, because if we look at the unemployment rate in Burbank, last month was 7.4, and last year was 8.5. So we have a large number of people looking for a job, or at least looking for to try to learn new career or reinvent themselves. So that's one area that we're planning to expand. And all the other areas are doing great, but I believe that the CTE portion is the one that we're going to continue expanding, because that is something that can bring more jobs to the community. So I'm going to give the next slide to our amazing principal, Ted LaVenture.
I don't know about amazing, but thank you. Thanks, everybody. It's a pleasure to have the opportunity to talk to you about Burbank Adult School. And turning to page 3 here to talk a little bit about budget. And as some of you may or may not know, our funding does not come through the same way that K-12 funding comes through. We're funded solely by state and federal funding. Our state funding comes through the California Adult Education Program, or CAPE. That provides the bulk of our funding. We also get some federal funding through the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act. But looking at the CAPE money, for this year, we've got about $4.62 million. That is our budget from the state. We have a carryover of 1.27 from last year, and giving us a total of about 5.9 million that comes through from state funding. The WIOA, the federal funding, as you all know, that was in jeopardy earlier in the year. It was uncertain times for us in terms of whether or not, we did not know whether that money was going to come through. And had it not, we would have had to pull significantly from the CAPE money, and would have limited our abilities to continue providing. And not so much to continue, we would have been able to continue providing what we're providing, but it would, you see the growth that we've experienced in the enrollment. And you're going to see on the following page the growth that we're experiencing or will experience in terms of the number of programs that we're offering. Had that money not come through, we would have been very limited in that growth. But thankfully, we've gotten word that we should get $706,000 through WIOA. We haven't seen it yet, so we're still not quite ready to spend it, but our finger's on the trigger. And so hopefully we'll see something by the end of the month there that's a little more definitive. And going back to the numbers that Juan talked about, that 3,414 that was shaded in green, that is all, that's what's tied into that WIOA funding. And that's the stuff that we have to track. We have to track the attendance. We have to work hard to make sure that we get persistence from our students and that they stick around long enough to do that. It involves also meeting requirements with pre and post testing that we have to get done. And that's, as you know, as the money trickles through, there's always paperwork and there's always something you've got to do in order to justify it. And, that's what we have to document to keep that federal money flowing. In addition, we get a grant through the English Language Learners Health Pathway Grant. What that does, that's $337,000 there. That helps us to support our English language learners specifically in our CTE programs, but even more specifically within the ones that are in the health pathway. So we offer courses in pharmacy technician, certified medical assistant, certified nursing assistant, medical terminology, those kinds of classes, and highly technical classes that our English language learners really, they can struggle with that, with the highly technical aspect of that. Through this funding, we're able to place ESL teachers in that classroom in addition to the CTE teacher, so they have English language support to help them through a lot of the terminology, and we know what the jargon that's involved with the medical field to help them through that. So that's a nice grant, and it's a big help there for those students. And I'll turn it over to Juan for the next one.
Let's continue with the numbers, because the numbers tell the best story that you can see. So now, let's take a look at the ESL program. We continue growing. Now we are offering not only in-person classes, but we're offering online classes. We have a citizenship class online now, and we have one ESL class online going successfully at night. Level 2 at night is going great with more than 20 students attending, and we're planning to expand that in spring. These classes, the ESL program is the most successful, is the largest, because we have now an intensive English program. The intensive English program is intended to help people who come with careers from their countries to accelerate their learning, acquire the language skills to go directly to college after they finish that class. So it's intended to be academic learning. The reading is intense, the writing is intense, so they can, at the end of the course, they can apply to go to college and try to validate whatever career they had in their countries. So I'm going to give you time now to talk about the academic.
So within our academic program, this year serves students who are looking to either earn their high school diploma or to earn a high school equivalency through the GED exam or the HiSET exam. And you can see there the courses that we offer. Some of the new things that we've added in order to meet student needs. We've added sections in the GED and HiSET in Spanish because they can take the test in Spanish as well. So we don't want that language to be a barrier in order for them to meet that equivalency. So we've got classes right now that are in person. We've got some online. We've got some in the morning during the week, Monday and Tuesday. We've got morning on Friday. We've got evening classes, and we've got Saturday classes. So we're trying to meet them whichever way they come to us as far as that's concerned. We've got plenty of courses, AM and PM, and on the weekend for GED HiSET, and as well as the high school diploma. In addition, math and writing are the two areas in which students struggle the most. And so we've added boot camps in the middle of the day for students that want to stay after their classes and get extra help with math and writing. So they stick around for those boot camps. And, and we're looking, we feel pretty confident in what we're offering right now is we're meeting their needs. It's just a matter of giving them more and more opportunity for them to be able to engage with us. So that's what we're looking to enhance with the academic program.
Not only we offer these in person and online, but also we give our students loaners. We have devices in case the student don't have the devices to connect from home, because we don't want them to connect on their cell phone. So we have loaners, so our students have that option as well. So we provide that as well. The CTE program, as I said, is the one that is growing very rapidly. We have web design, Microsoft Office, QuickBooks, payroll accounting, and some of these classes are in person and online. We have pharmacy tech, as Taro was saying, medical terminology in person and online now. We added the clinical medical assistant in person, morning and night. We have the certified nurse assistant at night. We don't have it in the morning yet because we haven't found an instructor. And this is the big news. The licensed vocational nurse is going to begin in August 2026. Yes. We are in the process. We are talking. We're meeting once a week, filling out all the paperwork. We're cutting a check for $5,000 to send to the state. That's the initial check that we need to send to the state, $5,000. And hopefully, we're going to be able to get the program going. This is going to be a huge step for our program because we are going to have CNA, CMA, pharmacy tech, physical therapy, medical terminology, and the LVN. So that would be a great step. However, last weekend, on Monday, I surprised everybody because I had a dream over the weekend. So I had a dream, and then on Monday I came with 3 new classes that we're going to try to implement for a spring. And that is culinary arts. But this class is not enrichment. It's a class that is going to train people to get jobs. The only thing now is I want to talk to our district to see if we can, this is dreaming because I have a candidate for a teacher, but we can post the position and we can see more people. And I'm dreaming because we don't even have a kitchen yet. So I'm planning to talk to our leadership in the district to see if we can find a kitchen in the district where the students can go at night to take this class. It's 400 hours to be a chef assistant, and they're going to come out with a certification. You had a question?
Oh, no, I'm just very excited about that.
So that's one of the classes that we are looking into. And also, along with that, cybersecurity online. That one, we don't need the space. We don't need the physical space. We can have it online. Another one is officer security. And the last one that I thought about yesterday, and I surprised everybody in the office, is emergency medical responder. And that is 90 hours only. And for that one, we have a space at the school. And if now we need to look for teachers. So if somebody's watching this and he wants to be a teacher at Burbank Adult School, we're going to be posting these positions, and apply, please. Apply, yes. We're going to need somebody to teach these classes. So we are dreaming big because I believe that training people is the way to go now, or retraining people so they can find better jobs, or starting a new career into a new field. I think that's what we want to do. Todd?
Whenever he comes in the morning and says, I had a dream, the immediate response isn't, well, what did you dream about? Our staff responds with, where are you going to put them? Because with all of our growth, that's always the first question. But he's got a lot of the answers to that already. That came in the dream, too. The last thing that's on our slide here is about our parent education program, which, as Juan mentioned, that's not one that gets supported through that funding that we talked about there. That's not considered, a small aspect of it does, and I'll touch on that. But our parent education program, fabulous program that supports the community with classes that where parents and their child come attend together. Anywhere from toddler up to 5-year-old. They have and they have some multi-age classes as well that fits, again, trying to meet student needs and community needs that fits for people that have young children across the spectrum. And so that, wonderful programs there, but on the bullet up there, it mentions the Family Success Initiative. And that's the aspect of it where we can use some of our adult ed funding for that, because that targets specifically assisting parents, and especially those who are English language learners, with the adjustment into the education system. And we had a secondary principals meeting just yesterday. And and handed out information there about targeted classes for parents. This is to get you acclimated to the elementary school system, for middle school students, for high school students. And as we know, I touched on the jargon in the medical field. Education, we all know, is full of a lot of technical jargon. And for our English language learners, that's a struggle. And they come from countries where the process, the procedures are completely different. And so it's a wonderful program there to help acclimate them. And because it's tied in with the English language learning, we're able to use those adult education funds. One program that didn't make it onto the slide there is the FACTS program, Foothill Area Community Transition Services. And that we have that on our campus there. We provide the administrative support for that program, and that's a community-based special education program for students who have moved on from high school, but are eligible for special ed services up to the age of 22. So this helps prepare them for the transition into adult life. And so, it's transition into adult skills. It's transition out into the community, beginning to learn to work. And we have a lot of community partners that are outstanding in their support for the program and allowing students to come into their place of business. And it's a great program for helping these students transition into the world of into life and into the world of work.
Going to the last slide. So these are some of the things that we are continue doing. As I said, we're going to begin with hopefully with the licensed vocational nurse program in the fall 2026. We're going to continue expanding the ESL program offerings, classes online. We're going to continue promoting all programs, social media. We are advertising in the Armenian TV, and the community is expanding. They're coming. And also, we're exploring with KTLA. So we had a meeting today. I went to their studios last week. So we are talking to them. KTLA is a good way because they have an app, free app, that you can download on their phone, and a lot of our students have that, so they can advertise on social media like that. So we're looking into that as well. Talk about the high school graduates. We are looking for and planning to have more than 100 graduates. We're going to continue supporting a learning environment where all students are valued, supported, and loved. And we're going to continue promoting a positive, supportive culture where all staff, faculty feel appreciated and valued. That's what we do. And also, we're going to continue offering high-quality programs with diversity, equity, and inclusion for everybody. We're going to continue promoting these instructions supported by PDs and PLCs. We're going to continue offering high-quality instruction aligned with 21st century skills, communication, collaboration, critical thinking, and creativity. And last one, Burbank Adult School is not a nice school. We're going to make sure that the community knows about this. We are not a nice school where traditionally somebody who didn't complete the high school diploma goes to and take classes just to complete a high school diploma. We are more than that. We offer opportunities to adult learners so that they can transform their lives. We are a career and training center. And that is what the adult school is now. Because we are serious about what we want to do with the life of people, given the opportunities so they can be successful in life. So the adult school, we want to change that image because it's critical that people understand that they can receive a full training with certification and they can be successful at what they do. And let me tell you, now that I go to the CMA and CNA classes, we see younger people coming to our school. I talked to a couple of them in the CMA who just finished high school in Burbank, K through 12. And they're coming because they want to explore the medical field. And that's the best idea to do, because when students graduate, they don't know what to do sometimes. Why don't you go to the adult school, because you are 18 years old now, and take a career that is tuition free. Tuition free. You don't pay no more than whatever you spend in the scrubs, the shoes, whatever you're going to use, and that's it. And they are not owing any money. They can just try the career, and then if they like it, they can move forward into college. And they give the first step toward a entry job. And then they can have some revenue. Yep. So I believe that the adult school can serve the community at large in a different way, because we are not serving only people who are coming for second or third opportunity, but also for first opportunities. And those are the high school students who are graduating and they don't know what to do. They can come to the adult school and explore. And with that, we are not aiming to be the best, but we are aiming to keep getting better every day, because we don't have a ceiling. We continue growing, and that's the whole purpose. I'm going to let Todd to talk about the areas of growth. Todd LaVenture?
Just the two areas of growth that we've mentioned on here. And I guess before I get into that, I do want to point out one thing, that we've talked about these things kind of as separate baskets. Here's our ESL program, here's our academic, here's our CTE. We have had some students, and we're seeing an increasing number who have gone from ESL. Then they've moved into the academic to get their diploma or to get their equivalency. And then they've moved on into a CTE program. So they've moved through every facet that we have. So that is really cool when we see somebody that's able to, and we're trying to make sure that they're all aware of that and to communicate that to them so that they understand that once they finish a portion of this, there's other opportunities there on campus. The two areas of growth: student persistence. We talk about the 12 hours. There's a financial end to that. We want to make sure that we max out everything that we can through the federal funding, so that persistence is important. But the persistence, it's not just because of the funding that they say, okay, you got to get 12 plus hours, but that also demonstrates that if they make that kind of commitment, the likelihood of them continuing on and being successful greatly increases. So, we're really focusing on that. We're focusing it on it with our teachers in their ability to communicate to their students, to engage with their students, to build rapport with their students, and hiring staff also to reach out to students. Once they've been gone for a couple of weeks, making that phone call and say, hey, what's going on? Haven't seen you in a while. We miss you. Is there something that we can do to help bring you back? And the response to that is remarkable, because after a couple of weeks sometimes, you get a little gun shy, and if you've ever missed class for a couple of weeks, then you start to worry about, well, now if I go back, I'm kind of afraid, what kind of a response am I going to get from the teacher? But when they get a phone call that says, hey, we miss you, what can we do to help you? The next day, a lot of times, they're back. So we're really focusing on that student persistence. And the digital literacy part, that ties into a lot of what we've talked about here. We've expanded the online opportunities because people want it, but also because we want to expand opportunities and we don't have the rooms to have in person. So we're expanding that way. But we've also found that it's one thing to hire a teacher to say, yep, here's an online class and sign up, and people don't have the digital literacy skills in order to function. So we're starting to build that in and do a better job at the beginning of saying, okay, here's a couple of weeks here, we're going to work with you. If you need a laptop, we're going to get you a laptop, but we're also going to bring you in there and show you how to function and use that laptop, know how to get into a Zoom classroom, know how to get into a breakout room, and those kinds of things. So those are the two areas of focus there.
I have a question for you. So do we have any kind of working partnerships or MOUs with trade? Because, unions, like carpenters union. Because a lot of, and I say this because we're in a process of bringing forward something where I work, with them, because what we've seen is, and what the trade people told us is, they have a lot of people who've been to their program, apprentice, who are in their fifth, retiring, but now they want to go into, for example, field of entrepreneurship, because you're a plumber or you're a carpenter, but they need to sharpen up their Microsoft Office skills. And yeah, so now they're looking forward for courses, entrepreneurship, business plan. So I'm just curious if, because it'd be great if we create a partnership where you bring in some of their students or workers who have kind of come to a retirement point saying, hey, by the way, come over here and we'll offer you an Excel class since you want to go into business. And vice versa, where some of your students can tell them, hey, come take some of our classes, and by the way, now you can continue if you want to go into career tech, because, they have the tools. And if you've never been to, for example, their training facilities, it's mind-boggling. I just came the one from El Monte. It was just mind-boggling. It's a whole campus. But they're always looking for apprentices, but also they have a lot of workers who are now nearing retirement looking for free courses where they can sharpen up their business skills and so forth. I'm just curious if that's something that we've talked about, or something, because if we want to make it happen, I can make it happen by making some calls to our friends. I think they're very interested too.
I would love to get some help with that. And if you have some connections in the community, we can talk about it. When we talk about trades, we always talk about classes that we don't have any classes like, say, plumbers or electrician. No. We don't have the capacity, we don't have the space. However, if we can start talking to partners in the communities where we can provide that type of support for people who are about to retire, that would be great.
Well, I think the conversation has to be, hey, come to adult school, and we can talk about, once you take some courses, about continuing your career tech education with the carpenters or the plumbers, because they do have the facilities we don't, and it's very expensive to run those programs. And where in reverse, we can tell them, hey, talk to us about your soon-to-retire workers, or even sharpen up their own management skills within their own trade, because when they go in, it's not necessarily a requirement that you have some kind of certification. They provide those services, but if you can offer management within that, where even internally they can grow, but also set up the stage where their workers, when they come to retirement, can learn about startups. So tell you what, I will make some calls.
We are open to that. We are open to that and explore that.
I was just going to say, I'm also seeing Ms. Flynn in the back jumping out of her seat saying, like, I know them too. And like, I know that we've got some of those programs in CTA at the secondaries too, right? And so, but I think that's a great idea. I wanted to say, just thank you in general. Like this, Dr. Weisberg always says, but like just that adult school is like such a happy place to go and be. But you just show
is the happiest school in town.
It's the happiest school in town, is what she always says. But you show so much care for your adult learners, and I want you to know that like comes across, and that I appreciate it. I didn't hear any hashtags today. And
He's coming. We haven't finished. He's coming.
Okay.
I was gonna say, I heard.
I know. I was like, just
coming.
prepare yourself.
Hashtag love Burbank Adult School.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Hang on. I do have a couple of questions. So, I love, I think that care shows itself in your data too, just in terms of because of this, you see the students who've moved through various pathways, right? They want to stay with you. I think the fact that you've got enrollment up, especially this fall, in a time where there was tremendous uncertainty in the community, where I know we as board members and staff were getting a lot of calls about the safety of our school sites, especially for people who were not necessarily born in this country or who might have felt unsafe being in public, right? And your learners know that you care about them and that you're keeping them safe. And that shows in your data. And that's something to be so proud of.
That is correct. And Todd, our principal, did a fantastic job because he was disseminating the cards, to make our students alert of all the different things, the support that they were getting at our school. He was working on that. And also we were telling our students that the school was a safe place for them to be there. We used to walk into the classrooms and visit the classroom and convey that message to the students directly. So that communication in the classroom, not coming from the teacher, but from the front line, was very critical. And you can see the numbers in the ESL. If you see ESL fall 2024 versus fall this year, you see the numbers. We are missing about 50 students. So we are down about 50 students ESL. If you pay attention to that, but on the other hand, I told the team, we're going to focus on CTE. Because CTE are going to be people hungry because of they need training, they're going to need more jobs, whatever. So and that's the number that is coming up. So we're compensating one loss, but with the gain in another area.
Absolutely, and you're providing other ways for students to learn that information. I really appreciate everything you've done to flex in this space while keeping the focus on learning and keeping your students safe and letting them know that it's a safe place to be. So thank you for everything you do.
Any more questions?
I have another question. Sure. My brain just went blank. Hold on. In terms of what you've been talking about and kind of these programs out there, so I can tell you right now, one area that I've noticed, at least in college level, there's a big demand for is drug counselor. Counselors for drug rehabilitation for people who are, there's a big demand for that. We have 124 openings right now for people who want to get their counseling certification in drug rehab. Or what's the word? I'm drawing blank right now. Yeah. Do we offer any counseling courses? That's number one. Number two, I love you mentioned that high school students, when they graduate, they can come, it's free. And I'll tell you why. Because when I graduated high school, I went to high school for 1 year here. I went to the prestigious Glendale School of Business, doesn't exist anymore. I learned how to do Lotus on a keyboard. Remember the old DOS keyboard? Yeah, you're laughing, Peggy. Remember Lotus on the DOS? Yeah. But that was my first student debt. It was predatory lending. They put me at 3,000. And, all I learned was how to do Lotus, and then right after that, Windows came out, and it was useless. But a lot of people don't know, especially our students. I'm glad you're talking about it. We need to talk more about this. And hey, you graduated high school, you can go there, it's free, and you can learn some of this stuff and get some certification versus going to some nursing. You know what I'm talking about. Especially a lot of low-income communities where I work at, these are private institutions that they know you will qualify because you're low income for these loans. And next thing you know, you're in $40,000 debt and getting a certification where you can get it free at the happiest school in California.
School, that's correct.
I heard.
Yes.
So I just want to make sure we put this out there consistently, because if I had known, I would have not acquired myself a $3,000 loan right when I graduated high school, which it happens. It happens all the time. So I think it's important that we make sure that we talk more about this, because, to me, it was kind of like a lot of people don't know. They think you have to be they think it's a high school, and they think you have to be part of it. Anyone can basically come and take these classes, right?
That's correct.
Okay.
Anybody can do it, and it is tuition free. And the best part of it, that you are in a part of an environment that is people. We support you, we care about you, and we love you. So that's the most important thing.
And I love the campus. It kind of gives you a college feeling almost. I don't know about you, right? It has this kind of an interesting feeling to it. You've never been there, Ms. Olson? Oh, you need to give her a tour.
You have to come.
Yeah, anytime.
Totally, anytime.
Try their famous ice cream.
Yeah.
No, I'm just
anytime. And if you come at night, you can eat pupusas there too.
There you go.
And I will bring the cola champagne.
Yes, they bring that too. So we were able, since we don't have a kitchen, we don't have a cafeteria, So I contacted a restaurant in the area, in North Hollywood. They are licensed and all that, and they come and they provide food at night because the students come from work hungry after long hours of work, and now they have food there, and they bring the pupusas and everything. So we're trying to accommodate to the needs of our students. We want to make sure that they find the perfect learning environment where they are supported. So, but I appreciate anything that you can give us as far as connection within the community, partnerships. We would love to work on that and build on that.
I will follow up with you and then
Yeah.
make sure she gets some pupusas.
That's correct. We'll take care of that. The
Chicharron
pupusas
ones,
comes on
chicharron.
Mondays and Thursday night, and the Argentine empanadas on Wednesday. So, yeah. So,
You can visit multiple times.
so we do a little bit of everything. Thank you very much. Thank you, district leadership, and thank you. And hashtag support adult education, hashtag love Burbank Adult School.
All right, so we are now, speaking of pupusa, that got me all hungry and going. So let's go to the next item, 13, new and unfinished business. Vice President Kamkar, where do we have?
Yeah, so we're on Resolution 11, proclaiming November 2025 National Native American Heritage Month. And so we have received our presentation, so I would like to move that we approve this resolution.
Can I get a second, please? Second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously. Go ahead and read the resolution.
Okay. Resolution 11, proclaiming November 2025 the Burbank Unified School District's National Native American Heritage Month. Whereas from November 1st, 2025 through November 30th, 2025, the United States celebrates National Native American Heritage Month, and whereas National Native American Heritage Month is an opportunity to consider and recognize the contributions of Native Americans to the history of the United States, and whereas Native Americans are descendants of the original indigenous inhabitants of what is now the United States, and whereas Governor Jerry Brown signed AB 738, which requires the state's Instructional Quality Commission to create a Native American Studies class curriculum for high schools that will satisfy the elective course requirements for admission to University of California and California State, and AB 2016, which creates an elective high school ethnic studies course that could also include Native American history and culture, and whereas the Bureau of Census estimated that in 2021 there were more than 6,300,000 individuals of Native American descent in the United States, and whereas Native Americans maintain vibrant cultures and traditions and hold a deeply rooted sense of community, have made a distinct and important contributions to the United States and rest of the world in many fields, including fields of agriculture, medicine, music, language, and art, and whereas Native American leaders like Mukwema Ohlone Tribe Chair Rose Mary Combra, Winnebago and Chippewa Attorney Colin Cloud Hampson, Ama Mutsun Tribal Band Chair Valentin Lopez, and Indian Canyon Tribal Chair Anne Marie Sayers have sustained Native American culture and traditions and shared them with students, scholars, and the community. Therefore, be it resolved that Burbank Unified School District Board of Education recognizes the month of November 2025 as National Native American Heritage Month and urges all schools and the community to observe National Native American Heritage Month with appropriate programs and activities. Thank you. Oh, thank you.
We already did 13B, right?
We have done the presentation, but we have not done the resolution.
We have done the present, all right.
So.
Go ahead, Vice President.
Exactly.
Kemper.
I would like to move that we approve the resolution 12. Oh, sorry. We did a vote. I did a first. Okay. All in favor of resolution 11 for Native American.
We already
Heritage
did.
Month? Yeah. She's just asking for us to do it again.
Oh, you want it again?
Yeah. So first.
We voted on it. Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. So then resolution 12, I move that we approve it.
Go ahead.
You're in charge.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes unanimously. Go ahead.
Okay.
Dr. Kemp.
You want? Does anyone else have this one in front of them?
No, you can.
All right.
It's getting late.
I got
isn't
it. It is.
Or
The-
may,
Do you
I
need
can
reading
recommend
glasses?
Miss Diana Bastos in
Miss
the
Bastos.
audience that
Miss
I think
Bastos.
would love to read the resolution if the board is okay with
I'll
that.
have to do my Micro Machines
You had a
voice
good
from
day of sleep
1995.
and,
Thank you.
Coffee already, so come on
My
up.
my high school debate skills of Micro Machine
By the way,
voice.
before you
reading
start,
very
love
quickly.
the haircut, by the way. You guys love the new haircut. Thank you.
Okay.
Those of you don't know, Ms. Abasta, how many years were you a teacher?
42.
42 years, and she's still here, and look at the energy.
I mean, being a teacher is the most awesome thing. And when you love learning, it never goes away. So I'm in the right room, you know. This is, I mean, like, we could solve world peace here. Thank you. Okay. Whereas Los Angeles County is home to a diverse population of more than 10 million residents, including white, Latino, and Hispanic, Black, Asian American, Native Hawaiians, and Pacific Islanders, and American Indians and Native Alaskans, and LA County's United Against Hate Week, October 19th through the 25th, 2025, will celebrate diverse history, culture, and traditions while educating all people on the importance of supporting social justice, inclusion, and safety for all. And LA County has invited cities and school districts like Burbank Unified to join in this opportunity to bring schools and community members together with the message of unity and solidarity when it comes to standing up against hate and preventing incidents of hate and intolerance. And United Against Hate Week will provide Burbank Unified School District with an opportunity to recognize the city's diversity, strengthen partnerships in order to help address hardships that victims of hate acts face, and to look for ways to uplift all students and the community. And on a local level, the Burbank Human Relations Council continues its efforts to raise awareness of social issues and partners with the Burbank Unified School District and the Burbank Police Department, along with the Hate Crime Response Program that has been recognized as an effective tool in supporting victims and in fostering peaceful community and police relations. And school districts across the county are encouraged to take action to combat hate. BUSD partnered with the Burbank Human Relations Council and created a campaign to open schools this 2025-26 year with updated Hate Has No Home personalized banners for all elementary and secondary sites. BHRC created classroom posters for all elementary and secondary classrooms, encouraging students to choose love and be kind. United Against Hate Week symbolizes the dedication to preventing and opposing hate and intolerance in our community, and serves to educate residents on the importance of compassion and cooperation as key strategies for unlocking understanding and accepting the differences among residents. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Education and the Burbank Unified School District proclaims the week of October 19th through the 25th, 2025, as United Against Hate Week, as an essential and important step in bridging division and in strengthening our community. And I think you would say I hereby certify? Okay, I don't have to read that, right, Dr. Macias?
Thank you. Before you go, one thing, Ms. Olson, do you have one of those lawn signs that says "Hate has no home here"? Okay, so if you can next time
Yes.
bring all of
Sure.
us and we can showcase. I love those. I have like two of
Sure.
them. Yeah. Is it possible if you could bring them next board meeting
Sure.
and share it with everyone
Sure.
here too?
Are you all going to have them at the thing on?
I'll bring them
Saturday?
on Saturday.
Saturday,
If you want
yeah, I
to stop
forgot
by
about
the booth, we're there from 4:30 to 6:30. There's another, activity going on.
Yes, I'm aware.
From 2:30 to 4:30, which I will be there as well, but our booth is from 4:30 to 6:30. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
so
Thank
very
you.
much.
Before we go to the next item, Dr. Kamkar and I were talking about, this was the last resolution, right? Yes. Dr. Kamkar, we did vote on this, yes. Yeah, I know. We need coffee for the machine over here. No, but before we go, I know you're in a hurry, but before we go, I know that we had spoken about earlier about resolution. Dr. Kamkar, you want to quickly share what we were talking about, and maybe moving forward we can do this? Printed resos.
Oh, yeah, I think there were two things. So one was when we do have folks that are coming, I don't know if it needs to be super formal, but we had the resolution that was, or the certificate that was printed. I wonder if we just print out for like our folks that came from HRC or something, a nice version of the resolution that we could sign and just give to them. We don't need to have a big thing about it, but it might be nice to have. The other thing that I was thinking as we were going through that is I know we had talked about, but it was kind of too late to put it on the calendar, was the LGBTQ History Month was October, and we talked about it. You talked about it in the BUSD bridge, but we're not doing a resolution this year, but we will do a resolution next year. So it might be good to bring forward at some point, and I can add this to items for future agendas, but I'm just putting this out there while it's in my head, is we should have like a calendar that we can hold ourselves accountable. Like, hey, these are all the ones in January and these are all the ones in February, so that people can say, hey, you're forgetting this.
Council
thing.
PTA had the same request last night as well.
Oh, good on Council PTA. I love those.
So thank you for
folks.
bringing it up. So, just like with the council, how they bring the resos, I think when people show up, like we could have presented this to her tonight.
Love
I
the
think
idea.
it's easy, but it's also meaningful. And I think also for people to see an actual resolution. So we will start doing that. So thank you for your suggestions and our suggestions. Thank you. All right, next item. 13C, approval of minimum wage increase to $16.90 per hour. Any questions on this?
Presumably we budgeted for this because we knew it was happening. Yes?
Yes,
Okay.
It-
That was
and
my
it's the law going into effect.
correct, January 1st.
All right. It's pretty straightforward. Can I get a motion on this?
So moved.
Can I get a second? Second. A motion and second. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously. 13D, approval of agreement for professional services, lunch assist cafeteria fund, Mariam Abdul Hamid. Well, she's not here, but anything you want to talk about, enlighten us on this, Dr. Macias?
The request and approval is for consulting hours and 5 lunch assist memberships. This will allow the employees to go through some training modules, and the membership logins will also include various tools, resources that can be tailored and used for the Burbank's Food Services Department. So this is a high recommendation from our Food Services Director, and then supported by Dr. Abdelhamid.
Perfect. Can I get a motion?
I have a question on this
I
one.
We have a
too.
question.
We
All right.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Don't get out of this that easily. I just had a question on under the discussion and issues, there was a piece around wellness policy alignment. I don't know that I've heard the term wellness policy here before. Can you just, what's that referencing for connecting some dots here for me?
There
Is
is
that
there is a wellness policy on the books, so it's something that addresses our K through 12, TK through 12 education, as well as wellness and health and nutrition across the schools. So it's probably something that we need to take a look at for a revision, but it's also something that through the wellness committee that we've had in the past, they can go ahead and take up the chores to go ahead and make sure that we're following the policy, the tasks.
Okay, thanks. I'm not sure that I've heard it referred to as a wellness policy before. Can you just send it to me when you get not right this moment, but maybe I'll remember. Maybe you'll remember.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll look back fondly on this moment sometime
No
later.
Yes, Dr. Khanna.
Is this the only company, similar to with other things, did we look at several companies in terms of, is this the one that comes most highly recommended because by food services or?
By our director,
Okay.
yes. It was well-researched, and it's the recommendation, and she collaborated and connected with peer directors across the region.
Oh, good. Okay. Thank you.
I was just like asking if this is something that is we would be like looking at expending year over year, or is this kind of like a one-time consultant fee? We get the information we need, and then we move on.
So a lot of this has to do with the personnel attached to our food services department, and we kind of have a high turnover rate with that. So the consultant portion, probably not necessary, but at the conclusion of this contract, we will reassess with our director.
Yeah, I mean, I will only say that because it did seem like looking at the contract, like it's for 25K, it looked like the majority of it was the like hours and the time. And it's like, it'd be great if we really like did a good job of soaking all that up to multiple people so that we didn't need to pay for that again.
Right.
But yeah, is there any accountability attached to that?
Yes.
Okay.
And then just important to note from a budget perspective, this is self-funded from the Food Services Fund 13. It's not general fund.
Yeah, I did notice that, which is great news, but still, every penny. Did anyone else have any questions on that front?
Any other questions? All right, can I get a motion and second, please?
So moved. Oh, second, sorry. So.
Motion and a second, that was seconded by Ms. Khan.
Mhm.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously. 14, consent agenda. May I have a motion and a second to approve items 14A through 14?
I have a suggestion. So since Board Member Olson was not here for a number of the
Yeah, I
agenda
can-
items in particular, I was going to suggest that she make the motion on which agenda items she wants to approve, and then we can approve the other ones, the three of us. Does that make sense?
I couldn't, I would have to abstain for all of them.
You just have to abstain from the minutes.
Yeah, for all the 14. Oh, I suppose, I would have to abstain from 14C too, because I wasn't involved in any of these approvals. I even asked.
So
Can you even approve them?
we can approve them, the three of us. So normally, these are all kind of things that, so other than the minutes, these are all things that we would look at
Yeah.
before the
Today,
meeting.
yeah.
And it's just, and if you want to ask questions about them, then we would do that during the meeting. Like, so these are all approvals, not ratifications. So there's, sometimes you'll see a ratification, which essentially means that staff went ahead and signed a contract, for example, after usually the superintendent kind of like pulls the board and says, hey, by the way, we need to move forward with this contract, but it's one that we've signed before, or we try not to do very many ratifications at this point. I know that's shocking. But yeah, these are, the things that are on consent are usually like just things that we don't necessarily need to have thorough discussions on.
Oh,
Some
okay,
of them
so-
are closed. I don't think these are necessarily closed
So
session
you've already
items.
discussed D through H?
No, you just would have, what I would suggest for next time is, we would have, like, take a look at I'm trying to think what else is on here. So, the minutes, I think it makes a ton of sense for you to abstain from.
I mean, if it sounds like if you didn't discuss the others, then those are just normal.
No, but I guess what I'm saying is like, we haven't discussed them previously. It just means that we like have maybe had separate discussions with staff on them, or they're kind of things that we look at regularly, I guess. Does that
So
make
it's
sense?
not brand new to all of you, these items, I see.
No, I mean, besides the minutes, is there anything else you think she should abstain from?
I just mean if she hasn't had a chance to review them in a way that she feels comfortable.
I've read all of these and I actually submitted notes. So I'm
Oh.
good to like review these.
Oh, okay.
I was just telling you.
Yeah.
No, I'm good. I just wanted to be clear that I would be abstaining through 14C.
Oh, through 14C. I thought you said like.
You know what? I might have. I'm sorry. It's so
I was like, oh, friend. Yeah. Oh, you're fine. Yeah. Oh, I misunderstood what she was saying. She's totally good. So
Okay.
she's just going to say 14C through the rest.
Sure. I'll make a motion for the approval of minutes from July.
No,
10th?
you're going to do
Sorry.
14C
Oh,
through.
so you've already done.
No, so what I'll, okay, so
Okay,
I get
sorry.
it. No. I changed my mind. So what I'm going to ask is that we bring back 14B to the next meeting. And I apologize for that because that is the meeting that I was not at, but just member Cano and Agakanian were at, and Dr. Weisberg.
Got it.
So the three of you need to approve those minutes. So I want to approve just 14A right now.
All right, can I get a motion to approve 14A? Can I get a second?
Second. Oh, sorry. I moved it. You seconded it.
Oh my gosh, this is so funny.
Did you second it, Ms. Connor? All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Abstain.
Now,
All right. Now you do C.
Okay. All right. I'll make a motion for the approval. Oh,
Got caught up in the- Just in terms of, I'm not sure where I was at, 14G with the Mr. Lopez in terms of, it's $200, is that just one, prior to the football game between, oh, so yeah, it is just one, between the Boroughs and and Burbank? They're going to lead an indigenous blessing? But so it's only one, it's a one-shot deal, okay.
all right.
Sorry, thank you.
Question answered?
It was, thank you.
Can I get a motion again?
For 14C?
14C through 14I.
Oh, and all one.
Yep.
vote.
So consent, you just do kind of one
Got it.
thing
Okay.
together.
Then I do I'm sorry, I know we're so late. I do have a
you're
couple
totally fine.
questions on these items.
That's why we do. So
Yeah.
what you can do is you can say, I move that we approve 14C through 14I, and then we'll do a second, and then we do discussion, and then you can ask your questions.
Got it. Okay.
It's okay.
Right, so-
We've only just started doing this a little bit differently the
Okay.
last couple of months anyway, so.
Okay, so I make a motion for the approval of 14C to 14I.
Second.
Motion and second, all in favor?
No, we're doing discussion
not.
because she has
Oh, you
questions.
said she's got
Yeah.
Sorry. I'm losing my hearing.
It's okay.
It's okay.
All right, now we're gonna have a discussion.
All right.
Go ahead.
Yes. I had just reached out about a couple questions. Specifically, I was really curious to learn more about what 14G is. Like you went to academy. Can somebody just explain a little bit about what that is?
So we have a master contract with special education, and it's part of the SELPA. And so within that master contract, there's multiple contracts. And so this contract is just part of that overall master contract that comes from the SELPA,
Okay.
which is the regional special education foothill consortium.
It's, which three districts?
Yes.
You're gonna learn all this code.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I guess I was just curious as to what the services were for this.
They provide direct services to students in special education.
Okay.
On
And
IEPs.
UNT Academy is just their umbrella, their
Absolutely.
name. Okay. Got it.
And I think previously we had approved like a list
Absolutely.
of non
Different,
of,
okay.
of different
Different
options
vendors.
of different
Got it.
vendors essentially, and this is one is being added to
Correct.
that list, and
Yes.
that doesn't necessarily mean that we're approving specific funding to that. It just means that
The funding's already been approved
Right.
in the master contract. So this
And-
is just an additional vendor
Right.
being added to the contract, that if we choose to use them, we can.
right.
Oh, so it's just a bench. Like it's not even delivering. It's just adding them to the list. I see.
And so
Insurance, it's going to be one of our in-network providers.
Got it. Yep. Okay. So then the JMF software, I think that's obviously incredibly valuable. I was just kind of looking at the price quote in the contract to just make sure we were allowing that all 5 people actually took the course. And we took full advantage of that that contract because it is pricey.
It is, and it's essential because we do have a lot of Macs out in
Yeah.
our schools that are deployed. So it absolutely will be, we'll make sure that it's utilized. They have to.
Okay. Yeah, because there's 5 different people that get to take the courses, and I wasn't sure if we had 5 people that would be able to, but yes, it sounds like that's true. Okay.
Yes.
I think that was it.
I had a couple questions on the JMF one as well. And one I may just have to follow up with staff on these because I don't know that it doesn't prevent me from approving this, but I think just because I know most of our students are using Chromebooks, but we do have a number of other Apple devices. So I think just the idea of like, how much are we spending on mobile device management software in itself, right? Because this is for the training, not for the MDM itself.
Right.
And then like, how many devices does this actually represent? Because that is a lot that does seem like a lot for training. And the other thing was there was, and of course my thing just died. I was looking at the PO report from, I think it was Boys and Girls Club. And I'm going to see if I can bring it back up. Dr. Knapik, there were a lot of changes there, and I couldn't quite follow what was
So what we
happening
do
there.
with the Boys and Girls
Thank
Club
you.
is we have like a master contract with a dollar, I think it was like $1.7 million.
Mhm.
And so then we chunk it out during the school year. So quarterly, we go ahead and we do a purchase order to apply towards that. Instead of taking the entire $1.7 million and making $1.7 million contract, we just chunk it out during the school year.
Installments.
In installments.
And so each of those end up looking like change orders to the schools,
Correct.
even though, so we don't budget it by school. We do like an overall budget and
It's
then.
district.
Or sorry, an overall budget for the district.
Mhm.
And then each school gets it billed out looking like a change order.
No.
Does that make sense? Because that's what I'm seeing on this PO report. Is where it says like change order increase amounts. Change order for Disney increased by 7,500. Change order Providencia increased by.
That's for
14,000.
ACES. So
Oh, this is ACES.
This is going to be
Yeah.
ACES, which ELAP is paying for right now,
Okay.
until we get the ACES funding from the state.
Okay. And so is that just driven by changes in enrollment?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah. Into the ACES childcare program.
Okay. Okay.
I also had one more question. I'm sorry. I wanted to just clarify because I had asked more information about the consultant services for the CTE program. And I was looking for some KPIs, and I wanted to just acknowledge that I think it was Dr. Kapnick or Peggy that got them to me. Thank you. This is beautifully written out. I just wanted to see some, because building a CTE program is so complicated, and to the public, it's like that's a lot of money for a human that has incredible experience. But what are they going to leave with us? And so I don't know if there's a way to add this to kind of the public knowledge or the documentation, but there are strict KPIs to the industry partners, the work-based learning implementation, and the animation pathway development that are really clear and make it really exciting to spend this money. So I wanted to just acknowledge that. Thank you.
Yeah, I think we've talked about adding some of those pieces to the actual, if it makes sense to add them to the agreement for consultant services or to the statement of work, because on this there are deliverables, which is definitely something that I like to see, and as much as we can make those measurable to hold ourselves accountable, that would be great.
I'll send this that I received from Peggy to the group. Or you can do it. I know processes.
Any more questions?
Oh, yes.
Any more questions?
No.
All right. Do we have a motion and a second already?
Yes.
All right, and then now we vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes unanimously. Okay, number 15, reports from board, seeing none.
You're not wrong.
We're gonna adjourn. I will have Ms. Olson.
Do you have retirements?
No retirements. Why don't you hit the hammer for first meeting?
Can I?
Yeah.
How special.
Hold on, let's make sure it's the
What
right
do I say?
time.
It's
Meeting, you'll
10:42.
do it next time, sorry. No, okay, meeting adjourned at,
Meeting adjourned at 10:42.
yeah.
Thank